men's 1500 again. We're doing the women's 1000-meter repechage. There's a bit of everything. So, men's 500-meter heats already have some interesting morsels on offer here. 8 heats, top 2 from each race, and a maximum of 2 fastest third-place skaters qualified for the quarterfinals. And on the ice, we feature that battle. World champion Steven Dubois, looking at position number 4, Rim Jong-un, now entered, going through the preliminary stage, seeing what he can do in the 500 meters this weekend and see what kind of challenge he will put up for potentially a Crystal Globe. So it's Dubois, Yoshinaga, Hio, Rim, and Bearzins.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is Dubois showing what a world-class start is in Rim. The youngster still in position 4. See what he can do passing the likes of Hio and Yoshinaga. Well,
quick inside move, Rim goes down.
Rim is down.
Well, back and forth battle for second position here between Yoshinaga and Andrew Hio. Steven Dubois, composed as always, out in the lead of this race, staying relaxed. Hio back on his heels, losing his footing a bit.
Just able to keep it on, but all his speed is gone. Yoshinaga taking a look. No opening there, and it is Dubois showing how it's done. And Rim is on his skate, so he does go down, but he appears to be okay. And I think he just went down on his own, not getting a review there.
Well, that's the first falter that we've seen from Rim. It's you'll have to take another look at this replay. Happened quite early in the race. I think he's just really looking to try to build speed, create some acceleration to make him pass. He's back in position 4. He knows he has to move up quickly. Right here, getting that left foot down, but just breaking out.
So no need for a review in that instance, but good result for Hio as well. Just checking the time, 40.645 from Steven Dubois.
Just a heated back and forth between Yoshinaga and Andrew Hio there. That's those instances where you make a pass, but you kind of have a tight entry to hold the turn, but then it causes you to ditch some speed, and then the skater can return the favor, and you get that back and forth swing of passing happening in the race.
Kazuki's time, 41.061. That is the one to watch. There's only 2 out of 8 maximum. We've had a relatively clean day. That penalty is advancements always on the table. Donjanu, Makar, Mela Venetvout, Łukasz Kuczynski, and Nico Anderman in heat number 2.
Go to the start. Ready.
Donjanu wins the race into the corner. Mela Venetvout slips a spot into 4th, but to watch after we learned from the last week, and a good move from Makar to get up into the lead.
Nice inside pass from Makar. William Donjanu now returning the favor. Watch out, Kuczynski going up the inside of Makar.
And Venetvout eyeing 3rd place now, and he makes that move stick. A lot of jostling, but Donjanu, another composed performance, made to sweat a little bit. Makar up the inside for 3rd. It will be Donjanu, Kuczynski, and I think Venetvout just gets it.
Well, a huge celebration from Kuczynski down on the ice. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it on camera right now, but he's very happy with that performance. A great skate.
He came through preliminaries as well, so.
Well, under pressure, as we've talked about, those Olympic qualifications, the field is so deep, and this World Tour altogether, so just every single result just is so critical.
The lowest seeded skater in this field, number 44th coming in.
There's a look at the inside pass from Kuczynski. Very well executed. Mela Venetvout looking up the inside.
so composed, as always. Took a pass, not a problem.
Well, that's what we talked about, just having that confidence in yourself. That, you know, if you fall back from maybe where you expected, just being patient with it, not trying to rush it, set it up, do it right. And that's what the more experienced veteran skaters on the circuit, that's what we see them doing.
Donjanu Kuczynski, Venezuela now 41.088. That is just a touch slower than heat number 1. Heat number 3, Pietro Siegel, Maxime Laun, Lin Xiaojun, Quentin Fercoq, and Shin Dong-min. My apologies.
Force of habit.
Got to this point where it's stuck. I'll get it right, folks.
Well, you know, a fairly stacked race here with Pietro Siegel skating phenomenally well right now. Maxime Laun making the A final last weekend in the 500 meter. And then, of course, you have Lin Xiaojun, 500 meter world champion from 2024 in Rotterdam.
As heats go. An interesting prospect, to be sure. There is Laun. Edition last weekend fared quite well.
Go to the start. Ready.
Dash to the corner, Laun again.
Terrific first up from Maxime Laun off the start line. Lin Xiaojun now going up the inside, Pietro Siegel. Siegel looking to go right back on him.
Read the situation so well. Is there an opening for Lin now? It's not there.
Well, watch Lin
in fourth. They battle. He might. Just as I was saying, as they battle, the opportunity might be there.
Fercoq up the inside, two down together. That was a hard fall. Pietro Siegel now looking up the inside of Maxime.
And he will take it. Siegel sweat a little bit through that one, but the man who got his first gold medal individually last weekend, continuing where he left off. Just checking to see. I think they're checking to see how the two fared.
So you see Quentin Fercoq just getting up off the ice, on his own feet now.
And he was watching as those two battled. There was always that opportunity.
Well, Lin Xiaojun lost his footing in the previous turn. That swung him out wide. That kind of opened up the opportunity for Quentin Fercoq. And then Lin Xiaojun coming back in to defend that position on the following corner.
So they're both being looked at for something, and which does always open the door for shared responsibility, but there's a possible arm block being looked at on Lin.
This is where the officials are having to go back to the video, really trying to identify the situation, determine who they feel or see is at fault, trying to get into the mindset, if you will, of both those skaters. A possible maybe failure to give way or late entry pass, but also potential arm block here from Lin Xiaojun.
There's the arm across Fercoq's leg.
From that angle, it does appear that Fercoq has the advantage going into the corner. There's that slip from Lin Xiaojun. Well, here, they're shoulder to shoulder at that point.
Going at pretty high speeds. Interesting one for them to break down.
Maxime Laun out in the front, you know, being calm, being relaxed. He knows he's got a bit of a lead, but Pietro Siegel closes that gap down and just carries that speed right by.
That time, as Tyler likes to point out, so important in the 500 meters. Looks like they have made their decisions and are tapping in what the results will be.
I think Pietro Siegel, though, is really showing these past 2 weekends his ability to pass at speed. He did that in the 1,000 meter on Rim Jong-un in the final lap. He had that gap opened up. It was able to accelerate into that even late in the race to make that pass. Not too dissimilar from what we just saw there, where there was that gap he was able to accelerate into.
Final decision, penalty number 30, China.
So there you go, it is on Lynn Vercock. There's no advancement.
Lane change outside, inside there.
Right into Vercock, and he loses his balance. But talking about Sieg, it'll be interesting to know what's changed this offseason. He comes in, picks up that first ever international individual gold medal. Looking confident even when maybe he has some work to do.
A lot of motivation for him going into this Olympic year, as there is for everybody, but when it's your home games, it's just that added level.
Speaking with him briefly, his mom's still trying to get tickets. It's a hot ticket in Milan, so if anyone has some, I'm sure there might be an interesting party willing to buy.
Go to the start. Ready.
Look at this, Jens van het Wout, Standis met Hwang Dae-han, and they're bringing that one back. Contact, Lucas Henry Koo and Oleg Hande. Saw Jens yesterday. He was off sick for a lot of last weekend. I just went quickly, how you feeling? He's like, no, I'll be good to go this weekend, and here he is.
Well, great to see him back in the lineup. There's a contact here between Hwang Dae-han and Standis Smith on this corner entry. That's why this race is called back to the start line.
Back on the international podium last weekend in the 1,500 meters behind his young teammate. It's a rare time a race is called back without anyone going down in that first corner, but yeah, the contact kind of pointing out.
So this is a bit of a mental game now that the skaters have a feeling for how quick they are off the line relative to each other. Does one of them back down? But you never want to back down from that challenge. So we'll see if we get another clash of those titans going into this corner.
Really, at anyone's race. So many strong skaters even at this stage. What is always interesting, you see Hwang Dae-han returning. We know what he has, but since he doesn't have those international results, that's why we kind of see him in these middle seed in this race, just adding so much more to look into in this race. Take two.
Go to the start. Ready.
See Hwang Dae-han that time kind of backs off a little bit on that start.
Does get through, but he is sniffing right up behind. Standis met van het Wout staying out of danger. Fourth and fifth, Koo and Hande waiting to see what might open up, but it's a front three right now with Smith.
Here's an opportunity for Hwang Dae-han. Can he accelerate by, carry some speed here? He's setting up wide.
And he is going out wide. And now he does make it around. And it will be van het Wout.
Unofficially moving on.
The talent in that race, the patience from Hwang Dae-han there, waiting for the opportunity. Standis Smith looked for that inside pass on Jens van het Wout. That created that chance when the pass was unsuccessful. That loss of speed from Standis Smith and Hwang Dae-han able to try to capitalize, and does, on that opportunity.
Normally we'd expect Smith to carry through with a pass like that, but he was patient there.
Well, Jens van het Wout is not your average skater. It's gonna have to be perfect to get by. There's that back out from Standis Smith. That loss of speed creates the opportunity that we see here for Hwang Dae-han. there's your official results.
So Desmet will not have one of those third place times. Heat number 5. Sun Long, Dennis Nikisha, Kay Hausman, Lucas McDonald, and Wanjun Moon.
Well, great to see Dennis Nikisha back out on the ice, dealing with a little bit of an injury last weekend, which he withdrew from the remainder of the World Tour, but he's back today.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sun quick off the line. Bronze in the 500 a week ago, or 1500 a week ago. Dennis Nikisha shaking off some injury to be back.
Well, Kai Huseman has a terrific start. He was challenging Dennis Nikisha there. It opened up an opportunity for Moon Wanjun, moving to third place. Now it's an inside pass attempt.
It's Hausman into second. Right up behind Nikisha is trying to hold them off. Moon goes down. Sun off the front, and then it's a battle for second. Nikisha looks like he will just hang on ahead of Hausman.
Looks like Dennis Nikisha having some struggles with his left leg there. It looks like he's just kind of holding it up, dragging it behind. I think that's the injury that he's been battling, but he was able to push through, still qualifying second.
Big for him, considering he missed so much of last weekend to move on and also not have to worry about repechages and all that. One of those big moment skaters is Dennis Nikisha, peaking for World Championships, and we'll see in February.
It's so challenging when you know, I think Dennis Nikisha is maybe being forced, he kind of has to push himself through a bit of this injury, because he still has to ensure that he can qualify position to the games. It's not like one of the White Tigers or the Ice Maples team that have a lot of depth and they can kind of fill in the spot with somebody else who will still push through and get that qualification spot that could go to another athlete. Dennis Nikisha really needs to carry that weight himself, and we see him pushing through there, doing what he has to do to get to these Olympic Games.
To the quarters, which I believe, let me see, 5 quarters, 5 skaters, that's the top 20, if I'm not mistaken. You know the math better than I do, Tyler. I think?
Yep.
Excellent. Small fist pump for me.
This gets you to the top 18, then we'll take 2 from the semifinals. It'll be 20 skaters when we get to the quarters.
To the start. Ready.
Another interesting one, Miata Shogo, Michał Niewinski, Niall Tracy, Lorenzo Crevitali, and Daniel Abog. And it is Miata and Tracy off to quick starts.
Well, a great start from Tracy there to get into the second position behind Miata Shogo. Coach Richard Schubert cheering him on. Watch out, Crevitali, though, tracking down from third.
But Miata off the front. Well, there is the challenge on Tracy, and Tracy goes out wide. That will be reviewed. It's 3 abreast, and Abog is the one who comes through that all. Emerges through the dust in second, but Miata confident in front. Abog and Niewinski just dropped to the back, just not as explosive off the start, and he had to scrap his way back with the blades. Maybe there's something there, but
well, this field is so tightly packed together. Their ability is also close, so it makes it for those exciting passes happening. And what we saw that kind of kicked it all off was Niall Tracy was a little bit running up on Miata Shogo on the exit of the corner. That was kind of slowing him down a little bit, but it couldn't quite make a move to make a pass. And then Crevitali strikes up the inside and puts a little contact on behind of Niall Tracy there going into the corner.
yeah, we'll get a look at that, obviously.
Well, there's an early battle between Michał Niewinski.
So it's a possible outside to in is what's being looked at on Tracy right there. I mean, he ended up in front.
Tracy still did like he was inside. He had the lead there.
And
so
then it's also the later incident is possibly Nivinsky also on Previtali moving from outside to in.
Well, this is when we put the officials to work. A lot to unpack from that race.
Almost each angle can almost show something different. And so, let's see.
This is the first incident.
That's the second one.
No, that was off the start.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, see now Tracy still in the second position there.
Right.
Here's that look from Previtali on the inside of Tracy.
So Tracy's still in front.
Yeah.
And there's an arm sticking out. So
Yeah, I see a little bit of a bump from the elbow of Previtali on the hip of Tracy.
They are also looking at that possible inside skater not giving way, and that would have been Previtali, and that would have been Tracy in an advancement position.
Coaches waiting anxiously for the decision here. Previtali on the
Final
edge.
decision, penalty number 41 from Italy, and an advancement for number 16 from Great Britain.
There you have it. Previtali penalized, Tracy advanced. So 3 out of that one, Miata, Abog, and Tracy. And the second incident from that one was cleared. And so
a failure to give way on that inside pass attempt from Lorenzo Previtali.
and that removes one of the third place options, which currently rests with Yoshinaga Kazuki from heat number 1. Heat number 7 coming up. Lu Shaoan back on form, at least from the early returns. Roberts Krusbergs, Felix Pigeon, Dennis Ors, and Kyle Ross Waddell.
Go to the start. Ready.
Pigeon, Ors, great starts. Ors up into second.
Ors up to first.
Now in the lead. And now the battle with Lou.
Well, that's one of those things. You make that inside pass to the lead, but you kind of dive on the entry. You can't build any speed. Liu Xiaowang responds right back. Krusberg's up off the back of the race. Dennis Ors defending second against Pigeon now.
Krusberg standing up there. But it's Lu Xiaoan on the front. Pigeon trying to make the move on Ors. Ross Waddell also in the mix, but it looks like it could be Ors hanging on. It is very close. The Anatolian par moves on.
Roberts Krusbergs gets kind of pushed, gets pinched off at the start there, so he sets him back to fourth position.
And he had one of his skates up in the air. I don't know if one of the blades he wasn't happy with, or if this was just a matter of, this isn't my event, this isn't my race, I'll reconsolidate and come back for the later ones.
Yeah, I think Roberts Krusbergs actually changed blades when having a conversation with him, so he's trying a different setup, and I think he's kind of realizing that maybe it's not the right setup, and he'll probably switch back to the blades that he's more confident on.
And Ors, a 41.974 for Pigeon. That won't be quick enough. Heat number 8, Thomas Natalini, Brandon Kim, Kamsal Ashkaliev, Brayden Corey, and Martin Kolitz. Brandon Kim, good performances last weekend to get himself mentioned amid the leaders in this one.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's a lovely design on Ashgaliev's helmet too. Anyway, it is Natalini and Kim.
Number 13, Thomas Nadani. 23, Brendan Kim. 50, Atal Ashgaliev. Number 20, representing Australian Racing Grooves, Brendan Corey.
And the run opens up as this progresses. Corey closing up on third a little bit, comes off the back seat a little bit out of that corner. Ashgaliev up on Kim, and now Kim up into Natalini. Pullens is the one not really in the fray here. And Corey trying to make a move for third, but Natalini will go wire to wire. It will be Kim, and then Ashgaliev in third.
Strong race from Natalini. Is watching Brandon Kim there. Every time going to the apex of the turn, getting 2 feet down on the ice, sometimes it's a little bit of a sign that maybe he's feeling unstable with the blades on the corner there. So as we watch that replay, just kind of something that was catching my eye, that he looked like he felt some instability as he was going through the apex of the turn.
That is the last of the heats here.
And you can see the 2 feet down from Brandon Kim just holding through that turn.
And it is Absal Ashgaliev with 40.972, so that is the fastest third place time and the only one moving on, as now Tracy was also advanced. And so there are your results from heat number 8. Get a list of all of the qualifiers as we are going to change them to something completely different in the final set of races from this block. We're going to change it up to the women's 3,000 meter relay. And then we have a Tracy going through. And so there will be 3 heats in the women's relay quarterfinals. First heat has the Ice Maples, the Hussars, the Nomads, and the Wolves. Top 2 from each race. And maximum 2 fastest third place teams qualify for the semis. So there you have it. Canada, Poland, Kazakhstan, and Germany.
I presume most of you listening today were probably listening with us last weekend on the World Tour, but if not, incredible importance on these relays for team quotas pertaining to the 2026 Winter Olympic Games. If your relay team qualifies in the top 8 of the world rank over these 4 World Tour events, you will get a full quota of 5 skaters for the game.
So it is Florence Brunel, Gabriela Topolska, Olga Tikhanova,
Go to the start.
Betty Muska leading things off.
Ready.
Canadians, bronze a weekend ago. Weekend number 1 here. So many stories can emerge from this race. You look at the Hussars. Never made a podium on World Tour last year, but then medaled at World Championships. Nomads picking up the first ever women's senior medal of anything, of any event in the women's relay in Beijing last season.
40, Yana Khan. 42, Olga Tiganova. 49, Alina Ashgalieva. And 77, Monika Yavrin. 14, Germany. Wolves.
Looks like 3 teams, the early runners early. Danae Blay, Natalia Malashevska, and Malika Yermak on the ice right now. Just going to try to close it back up, but anytime that yo-yo Tyler, where you're closing it up and then you get dropped, you're closing it up. That takes a lot out of the legs.
Well, what we see from some of these countries is they have a few skaters that are stronger and a few that maybe are pulling them back. So what's happening is when those stronger skaters are hitting the ice, they're closing that gap down. But then when the weaker skaters get on track, it re-expands that gap again.
Svea Ruta on the ice for them. Skater we have not seen before.
Well, the Nomads and the Hussar are ranked 6 and 7 in the world standings, so it's going to be a heated battle between those two teams in this relay.
Tiny gap for the Nomads, but on this exchange, they can close it right up and do. Tikhonova, Topolska, and Brunel. Going up, we'll see 14 to go.
Team are defending world champions in this distance, having won bronze last weekend. Polish team currently sitting in second and won silver at the world championship.
Now the Ice Maples continuing to lead this out from the front, as they so often do in the relay. Creating a little bit of separation here.
Like the real battle is in second. Malashevska and Yermak come back in for the Hussars and Nomads, but Malashevska, an elite sprinter, can certainly try to close that gap with play, and there is a little bit of a gap now between second and third. Topolska certainly flying surging with confidence right now. So we'll see if she has ambitions of going to the lead. It is Cellier in.
And as these teams lap the Wolves, it's the responsibility of the skater on track who's being lapped to give way to those racing. If you fail to do so, you can get penalized with a yellow card.
And Boutin now surging it out, opening it up over Nicolas Mazur.
Well, it seems every time Kim Boutin hits the ice for the Ice Maples right now, she's creating a gap for her team, a little bit of breathing room, an opportunity to be a little bit more relaxed.
Now the elastics really stretched with 4 to go. Obviously can't count your chickens before they hatch, but it looks like the Canadians on course to move into the semifinals. Real by the books encounter, not a lot of funny business going on for them. They just got to the front and pouring it on. Last change. It's Courtney Sereau finishing things off. Camila Cellier at the bell. We're looking for a pretty by-the-books one. If you're an athlete, you don't want too much drama, and the Canadians did just that.
No, definitely not. Create some space for yourselves, as they did there. Stay out of trouble, reduce risks. So in the relay, there's so much that can unfold and so much that can happen that can interrupt your race, and just creating that breathing room allows you to stay a little bit more relaxed. As you get more tense, you're more likely to make mistakes. So that separation allows them to stay calm and just controlled out front.
There are the results. Canadians taking that one in convincing fashion. Heat number 2 out on the ice. The Gladiators, the Chinese Lungs, the Japanese Ninjas, and the French Roosters. There we go. So the Gladiators have Elisa Confortola, Gloria Ioriatti, Chiara Betti, and Ariana Siegel. The Chinese side has Gong Li, Zhang Chutang, Zhang Yize, and Wang Xinwan. exchanges of Hirai Ami, Nakashima Mide, Kanai Rika, and Watanabe Aoi. The French have Chloé Olivier, Aurélie Levesque, Bérénice Combi, and Eva Grenouillou.
Go to the start. Ready.
On to the second quarterfinal race. 4 teams, 14 to the lead. We have number 9,
Chuton off the front.
16, Gloria
Oriati, way
22, Chiara Betsy, and 41, Ariana Siegel. Team China,
Nakashima
we have number 18, Hong Li, 21, Tang Chong,
Olivier,
26,
born in Longueuil, so not far from where she was born, just off the south shore of the St. Lawrence River, but
there's number 25, Hirai Ami,
many years
number
now.
30, Nakashima Mirei, number 74, Kanai Rika, and number 75, Watanabe Aoi. Pour l'équipe de la France, nous avons notre ensuite Chloé Olivier, le 45, Aurélie Levesque,
Bérénice
64,
Combi,
Bérénice Combi,
Kanai Rika, Ariana Siegel, Zhangyize.
It's currently Team China out in front with Chang Shutong. Sitting in second place is Gloria Oriati for
Aurélie Levesque moving into third position for the French Roosters.
l'équipe de la France.
And the Ninjas take that right back.
On the exchange, Nakashima bossing her way through.
Sylvie Chaponaise présentement en troisième position.
Much more even heat, nobody dropping off the back just yet. 14 still very much in it. Grenouillou trying to look around the outside. Opts to just play it safe and go for the exchange. The pass very tight to the exchange at that point.
Sometimes when you're that fourth team in the back making that exchange, you have to be so tight on the exit. So it does help you to swing a little bit wider on that corner entry so that you can hook it tight to transfer as much speed as you can to your teammate in front of you on that inside lane.
Situation. Grenouillou reading that. Your World Tour debut last weekend. Still anyone's game right now. Gungli, Elisa Confortola. Now, little bits of daylight. See him.
Laps to go. Some pizza out in front. Ariana Siegel sitting in second. Kanai Rika.
All teams maintaining position.
Sitting in fourth. Bérénice Combi. Still a tight race with 2 guaranteed spots available for the semifinal round.
It's almost just one of those anticipatory races. You know something's going to happen, but each lap goes by and nobody's made that move, nobody's made that slip. Watanabe, a look up the inside there. Not just yet, Betty holding her off.
Well, the Chinese lungs now elevating the pace here. Chiara Betty, that's the separation that we're starting to look for, those opportunities. The Gladiators jump into the lead of this race.
Lovely move up the inside on the exchange and a slip from the lungs now. And now things are starting to move as the Japanese Ninjas are up into second place and the Roosters up into third.
Well, the Chinese lungs, a skater there, I think dealing with a bit of a blade issue, really struggling on the corners.
The Longs have some work to do in the winning match. Those top 2 teams.
Now it looks like the two at the front, the Gladiators and the Ninjas. The last exchanges are done and they will get the bell. Elisa Confortola, Nakashima Mide, but now the lungs closing right back up. A last gasp effort up the inside, it's not there, shut the door well. And a tidy win for the Gladiators, and in the end, made to really work for it, the Japanese Ninjas, as that gap was closed up in a hurry. Gungli.
Well, Gungli was carrying so much speed there. She looked for that inside move, That might be a pass attempt she'd love to have had back. I think she could have carried that speed to look maybe to the outside or even challenge the outside. So Nakashima might have shifted her track pattern over, which might have opened a door on the inside. But when you hear that bell lap, it kind of sets that panic in that you have to make a move quickly and you just jump on it as soon as you can.
So this was for the lead. Betty, just a lot of muscle behind that push to shoot Seagull comfortably into the lead.
Well, you can see the struggles from the Chinese lung skater there. Here's a look at Gong Li's inside pass attempt, but there was just no opening. Nakashima doing a terrific job closing the door.
And so that's heat a bit slower than the first one. Chinese lungs are 4:16, 5:46. So they are the ones on the bubble right now. But the Gladiators and Ninjas tickets are punched. They'll be in the semifinals on Saturday. One more in the women's relay. Dutch Lions, Korean White Tigers, Hungarian Falcons, USA Eagles.
Well, with the third heat here, it'll be interesting to see perhaps the Hungarian Falcons or the United States Eagles put a little gas on this race to get the speed going quicker. They'll see those times from the previous race at 4:16.5 being very achievable if they go out quick for it. Don't leave fate to anybody else's hands. But we know how much the Dutch Lions love to control from the front.
Gold and silver from last weekend here with the White Tigers and Dutch Lions.
Go to the start.
Lap counter. Like what color is it? Red?
Stoddard just wanted to confirm which lap board is her team's. There's 4 people at the ends with lap counters.
Here, step back to the
Different colors. One is for each team.
Go to the start. Ready.
And so already there's going to be a big reshuffling in the women's relay standings because Tara, you pointed out top 8 booked their Olympic tickets. The Japanese Ninjas last weekend were 10th, and already they're into a semifinal. So there's a top 8, potential top 4 for them, which would be a big reshuffling. Right in front of them are the USA Eagles, and so lots to look for. And then even in front of them, the Polish Hussars, who we now know are also at the semifinals.
And just getting through to a semifinal, it then creates so much more opportunity because we know the drama that unfolds in relays. You've now put yourself in position to potentially even make it to an A final, which would be huge points for any of those teams.
It's
Selma Poutsma on the front, Michelle Velzebor behind her, Shim Soki of the Korean White Tigers, Zofia Konya of the Hungarian Falcons, and Corin Stoddard for the USA Eagles. Not a bad 1-2 punch of Stoddard, Santos, Griswold, and then Cameron Lute was not in some of those individual races earlier. She's in here for the USA Eagles, and Julie Latai.
We're going to be monitoring the time. I think that this third place is going to be incredibly valuable here. The Dutch Lions is always out front, but they are a quick team and they push the pace. The lap times are nice, low 9-second lap times, so they'll be on target to be a faster race than the previous heat. So it will be a battle for third right to the finish.
Koreans also have leading with strength. They have Choi Min-jong on the ice right now. Kim Gi-lee, we'll see in a moment. Shim Suk-hee and then No Do-hee. It is Shim on the ice right now. The Dutch, of course, the Velzebor sisters, Selma Poutsma and Dina Van Oerschaut. Hungary has Rebecca Silitse-Nemeth, Mayador Somodi, Sofia Konya, and Sarah Lutza Baksky. Alexander Velzebor, Kim Gi-lee, 1 and 2 at the moment.
Tigers potentially looking up the inside. They complete the pass on the exchange. Selma Pauta looks to return the favor, but can't do it.
Now the gap starts to open up a little bit. Back Sky to Konya. But now the gaps are getting a little spread here. 1-2 and then 3-4.
Well, Corey Stoddard staying very patient and relaxed. Back in position number 4.
The U.S. might try to make a move on an exchange. Santos Griswold lost a bit of ground there, closing it back up.
Keep your eye on both of these races unfolding for first and for third.
The U.S. being very patient. Lute right up there. Poutsma in the lead, and there it is for third. Tight on it stick. Latai in front.
The team's going off exchange here. Corey Stoddard going for 2 laps on the outside. What a powerful move.
So for a moment they lost it, but Stoddard now turning on the afterburners, and that has dropped Sofia Konya. Just an absolute turn of pace.
Corey Stoddard just attacked that lap. 8.6 second lap time from Stoddard there. Just phenomenal.
And that just dropped the Hungarian Falcons. And that looks like it might secure U.S. the 3rd spot.
Kim Gilly.
Kim Gilly and Sandra Velsborg going 1-2. Santos Griswold gets up for 3rd with an unofficial 4:10. And that would be by several seconds the fastest heat.
Well, Corey Stoddard just looking terrific there. That move late in the race. You've already done several exchanges. There's been 27 laps put into this ice. The conditions are deteriorating. It's not great quality. She just goes out there and hammers just an 8.6 in the final laps of this race. Just incredible to secure that 3rd place finish for the Eagles.
You mentioned how patient she was looking earlier, almost like it came up off the training ground.
Yeah, I just kind of felt in that previous exchange, you could tell she was holding back. She didn't want to make the move just yet. She was saving it up for this attack right here. Just flying out there on the track, how quickly that gap opened up.
Almost going off exchange, as you noticed, and then waited for the Hungarians to get preoccupied with their own exchange and said, now it's my time.
Yeah, and they went off, and if you caught that, Corey started, they shifted it, so she got 2 laps there rather than a lap and a half before handing off to Kristen Santos Griswold to give her more time on the ice.
If that was drawn up on purpose, or if she just called an audible and went, I'm good to go too, and that's when she knew it was
I think that was certainly drawn up in advance. I remember watching their relay last weekend and seeing them look to make that same thing, and it kind of threw me off when they were going off exchange in the final laps, but that's the reasoning there.
So, into the semifinals. I think we get a bit of a longer break this time before the men's 1,500 meters. There it is, yeah. So 3:16 local time. That's about 28 minutes. That's some walking around
What
time.
are we gonna do, Gavin?
Oh my, the world is our oyster. Anyway, we'll try to figure that out. Talk to you on the other side.
一种向往自然，不是因为自然有答案，是因为自然能让人放下问题。天性自然，自然而然。与博结合，一起奔赴自然。
Racing lights back on here in Montreal. Men's 1500 meter quarterfinals. The next to feature. We saw the heats not too long ago. Quarterfinals will have 7 heats.
Test.
Top 2 skaters from each race and a maximum of 5 fastest third place skaters will go into the semifinals on Saturday. 7 heats in all. They all have 6 skaters in them. There you have heat number 1. Donjanu, Tracy, Liu, Moon, Lin, and Bosdag. In and of itself, this is an interesting race.
Step back. Go to the story. Ready.
Either way, some very good skaters will be confined to the repechage, adding a couple extra races to their weekend, and then the 1500 meters. It's a tiring race. There's Bosdag at the front, I'm sure keen to slow it down a little bit.
Well, William Danjanu looking eager to control this race as always in the 1500 meter.
Bosdag behind him. Does have a Youth Olympics 1,000 meter silver medal. He's 16. It was Turkey's first in the Winter Games, Winter Olympics or Youth Winter Olympics.
You see Danjanu out front, very high knee angle there, not stressing the position, trying to keep the legs relaxed early in this race. Now Tracy taking advantage of the slow pace to move his way around the outside, but there's a response from Bosdag.
He is a skater who likes to be at the front, is Tracy, and he reaches it there. 8 to go.
Liu Xiaowang skating incredibly well this season. Off to a phenomenal start. He'll be one to watch here as he works around on the outside, putting some pressure on Bosdag for third position, tucking in behind William Danjanu, who now challenges for the lead.
Watch out for Danjanu.
We'll make that one stick. Liu Xiaowang in third. Lin Xiaojun, his teammate there, navigating his way up to fifth.
Now Tracy on troisième. Liu Xiaowang. Only 2 people are guaranteed.
Tight entry between Tracy and Xiaowang there. Tracy bumps back all the way to 6th position.
Liu Xiaowang now sitting in second. Moon Jun in third. Lin Xiaojun in fourth.
Long way to go for Tracy now.
2 laps to go.
Danjanu navigating his way through the dangers comfortably right now. Liu Xiaowang, bronze in the 1,000 a week ago. And Moon is trying to get his way forward, but Lin Xiaojun gets up into second, and it's Danjanu and Liu Xiaowang going 1-2. And Lin gets up for third. One review coming.
We'll take a look at that inside pass attempt from Lin Xiaojun on Won Jun-moo in the final lap of this race. I think we'll be looking at a failure to give way.
Possibility, let's see. Yeah, failure to give way, it's what's being looked at on Lin. And that would be in a third place position, which isn't one of the automatic advancements, but we have seen some of those timed ones get advanced.
We can see William Danjanu just bringing the pace in the final laps of this race, getting down towards that 8.5 second marker.
It always could be banana peel races. Danjanu avoids it, doesn't have the slip up. Looks like he's into the semis. Looks like we do have a ruling on the ice below.
Final decision. Penalty number 30, China.
There you go, it is Lin Xiaojun penalized. No advancement though. And so 2:17.993 for Won Jun-moon. We'll see if that holds up here as we'll look at it again. And so we go right into heat number 2. A couple of Eagles, Andrew Hio, Clayton DiClemente, a couple of Lions, Jens Benefout, Dan Koss, Peter Yasapati, and Adil Galiakhmatov. So we'll see if Dan Koss will get back to the front as he did so often last weekend.
Go to the start. Ready.
Benefout has the lion on his helmet. I know the lion was, when they were planning the identities, the lion was a popular choice, as a number of teams have lions on national crests and the like. Dutch who came out with it.
21 also from the
And there it is, Dan Koss, setting up shot where he's spending a lot of time.
25 from the Hungarian Falcons, Yasapati Peter, and number 59 representing the Kazakh Nomad, Adil
Jens
Galiakhmatov.
Van Wout opting to stay patient towards the back of this pack.
Dan Koss is our leader. Yasapati
Koss,
Peter
Yasapati,
in second, Andrew Hio
Hio, and
with his
DiClemente.
teammate
We'll see
Nathan
what's
Clemente in
in
third,
store for the
and
Eagles.
fourth. On fault, sitting in fifth.
Dan Koss has been getting very good, very comfortable in the lead, skating a very defensive track. While in the front, you can see how tight he is on the exits of the turns. Very challenging to look for that inside move. However, it is heavier on the leg to keep that tight exit. Now Andrew Hio looking to move up.
And here he comes around Yatsapati, trying to get around Koss, who's really picked up the tempo now.
Well, he could feel the pressure of Andrew Hio coming, dropping the lap times down to a 9.0 there, going sub 9, 8.9 on that last lap. Jens van Wout just patiently working his way through the pack in third position now.
Lion, Eagle. Hio has Van Wout up the inside, and it's way too wide for Van Wout. He's lost a lot of speed, lost a position there, and I think he's just given up the ghost on this one. It's the USA Eagles on the front. What result this would be for them. It's Hio and Di Clemente now. We'll see if they can go 1-2, and they do.
Well, that was interesting there. We saw Jens van Wout in third position, looking for just a one-position gain to tuck in behind his teammate Dan Koss, but unintentionally kind of going right up the inside of Dan Koss and then diving into the turn. I'm surprised he kind of stood up out of that race. He did go through a number of blocks there, and it was a bit of a late entry pass, but there wasn't a significant contact, but not what he was looking to do in that moment.
What is being looked at, one of the US skaters, possible lane change from outside to in is what they're looking for. So we'll see how that might affect things, but if results hold, a shot in the arm for the USA Eagles to have men in the automatic qualifying positions.
Well, Andrew Hio got trapped on the outside a little bit before he was able to work his way. Here's a look, there's a bit of that. Yeah, you see that lane change from outside to inside from Andrew Hio there on Jens van Wout that pushed him up the inside of Dan Koss. Clayton Di Clemente staying patient throughout, striking right at the best moment of that race for him.
So we'll see if that was the assessment of our officials. Remember, it's just possible outside to in until they review it. That's what they're looking at. You could see in the review room, that's the angle they have up. So we'll see.
That move from Andrew Hio forces Jens van Wout to try to jump all the way up the inside.
The ice, so we'll have a definitive ruling either way in a moment.
Final decision, no rule violation.
And there you have it. And so it is the USA Eagles going 1-2. So Hio did still, it's not like he double pumped like you sometimes see. He still went right, left, and then right again.
Yeah, he came across, he didn't make contact on that shift from outside to inside, but it did force Jens van Wout to jump up the inside.
And there you have it. Good result for the Eagles, 1-2. With Koss now on the clock, 2:15.135. That was faster than the first heat. And so now heat number 3, we'll see Miyata Shogo, Michał Niewinski, Itzhak Dalat, Nathan Thomas, Stan Desmet, and Quentin Vercock.
Go to the start. Ready.
Niewinski's trademark 3 times wiping the chest.
The third quarterfinal race.
You always wonder how they develop those habits. Where's that start and why?
Number 11 representing the Polish
That's one thing that kept working for him.
27 representing the
Here it is,
Dutch Lions,
Miata.
Itzhak Dala.
Yet another 5th place, just off the podium in the 1500 a week ago. And the weight continues. Such a consistent performer to get 5th in the overall World Tour standings last year without finishing on the podium. The Japanese just picked up one individual medal last season. Hayashi Kosei picking it up.
Desmet now moving in behind Shogo.
Well, Nowinski keeping this very relaxed, looking up at the monitor again, trying to see what's going on behind him.
We saw last week he was checking it up, I think to check his time. He had 1 lap to go and he pushed to get a 2nd place. And now Miata.
Nice move from Itzhak Dalat to move up into 2nd to get in behind Miyata Shogo here. Stan de Smet now trying to better his position.
Squeeze into 3rd, into 2nd. A good move from de Smet.
Desmet now with a double inside move, slotting himself in right behind Miyata Shogo.
Still leading, trying to skate him off his tail. De Smet taking a look for the lead. He'll make that one stick. Miata battles back. Doesn't have it there.
Well, Stan de Smet was able to carry his speed out of that exit of the turn, defend that lead position. 2 laps to go.
And it's Falcock nicely up into 3rd right now.
This race has been slower though, so really looking for that top 2 finishing position.
And at the bell, there will be one review. De Smet, Miata under pressure from Conte and Falcock. Itzhak Dalat trying to push late, but De Smet, Miata, 1-2. 2:23.2 is the slowest of the 3 heats so far. So what is being looked at is between the 2 Polish Hussars, an inside failure to give way. And that would have been on Thomas on Niewinski.
There's a look at that nice inside move from Stan de Smet, and then his inside pass here. Watch the exit. He's able to keep the feet moving and keep accelerating out of that corner. That was critical for him to defend that lead position as Miyata Shogo had looked to respond to try to get him back.
That's the incident right there that's getting reviewed. Allowed Dalat to get up into 4th place. They're still looking at it down there. A few more lengthy reviews at a pretty quiet morning with a lot of clean races.
Everybody's skating on their best behavior this weekend.
So it seems, yeah, nobody wants to risk, the looks of things, getting a penalty. And that looked kind of shoulder to shoulder, but you get those angles where they can see who might have been in front and who may not have been giving way. Who's up next? Pietro Siegel, Rim Jong-un head-to-head once again. Yoshinaga Kazuki, Tobias Wolff, Thomas Natalini, and Lucas Henry Koo. And that review has been cleared, and so the results are as they were at the line. De Smet, Miata, Falcock, 2:23.214 now is the bubble time.
Go to the start. Ready.
picking up a
Quarterfinal number 4.
individual win
Number 3 representing
on
the
the
Italian
last
Gladiator,
weekend.
Pietro Siga. Number 113 representing the Korean White
On the
Tigers.
front right now. It's a very slow start. Natalini
Number 60
almost,
representing the
I mean,
Japanese
accidentally
Ninja
building up a
Kazuki.
gap.
54 representing Team
Well, maybe
Austria,
Natalini
Novia
feeling a little bit of the pressure with
13
Pietro Siegel and Rim Jong-un in this race to keep the speed a little bit higher to secure that third place time advancement. And it's just funny how it works out sometimes in the draw. Not necessarily by chance, but just where the rankings are and how the times shape up. The number of races that Pietro Siegel and Rim Jong-un have already had over the course of the past 2 weekends in the 1,000 meter and the 1,500 meter. Pietro Siegel has had the best opportunity to really size up against Rim Jong-un and race on several occasions. Obviously, Rim getting the better of Pietro Siegel in the 1,500 meter, but Pietro Siegel responding in the 1,000 meter with the victory there, going tit for tat.
The early top 2 in the Crystal Globe standings right now. Siegel undoubtedly able to write the scouting report on young Rim Jong-un.
in 4th. Yoshinaga Kazuki in 5th. Lucas Ku sitting in 6th.
But Natalini, as mentioned earlier, keeping this pace a little bit higher, sub 10 here. 5 laps to go.
Now his teammate and Rim Jong-un right up there. Yoshinaga sensing the danger, perhaps wants to slot in there as well. And Siegel now puts his teammate between himself and the Korean White Tiger, but not for very long.
Well, Natalini looked over his inside shoulder coming into that turn, but Rim Jong-un had already attacked on the outside. Too late to respond.
And now up the inside is the Korean skater on the front, Siegel in second, and Yoshinaga looking to have some more success after some good skating last weekend. It is those 3 right now. Natalini fading a little bit, and Rim will take it. Yoshinaga going to push, but Siegel will hang on for second. And 2:16 and change makes it the second fastest heat right now if you're looking for the third place times.
Well, Natalini, I think, was pushing the pace a little bit. I think he knew he was in tough. Need to look for that third position. Yoshinaga stayed calm, stayed collected throughout that race, was able to capitalize on that. Natalini having expended a little bit more energy to keep that pace going. Yoshinaga able to make that move, steal that third place position, and right now is sitting in the second fastest third place finishing time.
Results are confirmed. Siegel too just looks so composed. Even when Rim passes him, he just looks very composed and calm as he does these races.
What I like about Pietro Siegel is he knows at that point, I'm not going to maybe challenge Rim just yet. Don't show him all my cards. I'm going to be comfortable with this second position. I'm going to wait it out here and defend it. I'm going to wait to strike on the finals.
There you have it. Rim Jong-un, Pietro Siegel, 2:16.550 for Yoshinaga Kazuki. And moving right along to heat number 5. Roberts Kruzbergs, Brendan Corey, Lee Jung-min, Luka Jasic with a good skate earlier, Reynes Berzins, and Daniel Abog. 6 skaters. Heat number 5 of 7, so 3 to go. After this, we will get into the women's 1,000-meter repechage quarterfinals, as we really do balance a bit of everything on these qualifying days. Prelims, heats, quarterfinals, repechages, ranking races.
Well, we see Kruzbergs there. He pulled up in the 500 meter. I was just taking a glance. It does look like he has swapped his blades back to his previous pair that he was more comfortable on.
How can you tell?
I can tell.
And I've learned to trust you. Uzbek Cobras. Reminder, if you ever meet a Central Asian cobra in the wild, they do tend to not. They tend to be afraid of people. These things I've learned thanks to the team identity.
Just in case you're out roaming in the wilderness.
The wilds of Uzbekistan.
Just on a Sunday afternoon for a hike.
Well, you never know. I mean,
what did you tell? The venom is strong enough to kill
40 people.
40 people.
So it has the power, it just chooses not to use it unless cornered.
Well, with great power comes
Yeah, I'm not.
Great responsibility.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't want to run afoul of trademarks.
I thought we were going to finish each other's sentences here, Gavin.
Yeah, that was too obvious. We do it organically.
Go to the story.
Have we reached that weird stage in the afternoon of a qualifying day?
Red.
And it's Corey, the one who's
On to quarterfinal
leading it
5.
out.
6 skaters on track, running number 7 from the Latvian Golden Stars.
He and
Roberts
Kruzbergs are the top
20
two
representing
seeded
the
skaters in this
Australian
race at
racing
12 and
group,
7 respectively.
Jong-min wearing number 111, representing the Korean White Tigers. 136 from Serbia, Luka Jasic. 34, so representing the Golden Stars, Brenis Bressens. And 153, currently sitting in 6th position, representing the
Well, Brendan Corey keeping the pace a little bit quicker, not too fast, just getting under those 11-second lap times now, but it will be quick enough that this won't be one of the slowest times.
From the Serbian Owls. In 3rd place is Lee Jung-min. Daniel Abog moving into 4th.
Is Jasic walking a little bit taller after coming top 2 in his heat earlier today. Now Brendan Corey.
Well, that bump opens the door for Roberts Kruzbergs. Lee Jung-min to move into 2nd.
And will get reviewed as well.
The Latvian counterpart, Penny's Bersens, moving to the lead of this race.
2 Golden Stars on the front right now. Lee Jung-min, Brendan Corey.
4 laps to go.
That's possible. Outside to in, and Lee goes down, and Corey takes advantage and jumps all the way to the lead. Kruzberg's following him, Abog trying to follow.
Well, great strike from Brendan Corey there. Kruzberg's responding back to the lead.
And it's these two in the automatic qualifying spots, pending reviews, of course. That first incident has now been cleared. That was for possible outside to in on Luka Jasic, but that was cleared. We'll see what the second one has. But Corey pounced right when he saw the drama unfolding in front of him.
Well, at that point, Rainey's Bersens was leading the race in 1st, Kruzberg sitting in 2nd. Lee Jung-min looking for that double inside pass, but Roberts Kruzberg's reacting at the same time, also going inside. And as we've talked about, when you go shoulder to shoulder with Kruzberg's, he's unmovable.
So often we see guys going shoulder to shoulder with them, and so often he's barely even phased while they're spiraling off into the boards, or I guess mats in this case.
Well, there's that earlier incident, but here it is now. Kruzberg's, Lee Jung-min going together. The feet making contact there.
Might have been from behind at that point too, so certainly a lot to look at. Possible failure to give way is also being looked at as a possibility for Lee.
Brendan Corey giving the thumbs up, pleased with that result. He did skate a clean race there. Not under review at this time.
They get the benefit of all those angles in there. That crew.
See, this is another look. Watch just the 2 feet coming together there. So sometimes you see more of the shoulder contact, but that was just foot on foot, and Kruzberg's just solid on his feet.
Barely even moved. Like a tall oak tree barely moving on a windy day. So a couple things getting looked at. Possible failure to give way, possible not giving space, and I believe that would be in an advancement position if it happened, but to the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty number 7, Latvia. And an advancement for 111, Korea.
And it is Kreuzberg's penalized silver medalist. Montreal #2 a year ago, but penalized here for outside to in is the ruling there.
Well, you see the shift from Kreuzberg, responding to the move from Lee Jung-min, coming across the track before that contact of the feet.
So that means Corey and Berzins will move into the semifinals. Good result for Reynes Berzins. ABOG 2:18.048. That squeezes out the time by Quentin Vercoq with 2 heats still to go. Also, there is 1 fewer third place skater as well, as we see heat 6 on the ice.
Go to the story. Ready.
The aforementioned Hayashi Kosei, the lone individual medalist for the Japanese Ninjas last season. It was silver in this distance in Milan to wrap up the season, wrap up the World Tour season. He's more than happy to sit at the back for the moment, but that will change as the pace picks up. It's Hyundai, Roussel, Brandon Kim, Levchenko, Dennis Peta ahead of Hayashi.
152 representing the Uzbek Cobras, Denis Rapatian, and number 51, currently sitting in 2nd position, representing the Ukrainian Wildcats, Oleg Nande.
Brandon Kim putting some pressure, making that quick move on the outside, shutting it down, but now he makes the move complete.
Quick glance off the track, but still so focused. Brandon Kim Hayashi now winding it up on the outside.
Movement by the outside, and there goes Hayashi Kosei. Japanese Ninja.
You want to make those big outside passes early, you want to make them quick. Hayashi Kosei doing just that.
Sur cette distance, le week-end dernier, présent en 3e position.
Hayashi now marshalling things. Yes. Kim behind him, Felix Roussel, winner of 1,000 meters in Beijing last season.
Pace is a bit quicker in this race. We will be looking at those top 3 positions by the finish, and Felix Roussel now striking on the outside.
In the second, trying to carry it all the way around. Hayashi Kosei not able to hold him off forever, and it's Roussel on the front right now, and these two stretching it now.
Well, Felix Roussel did a terrific job transferring that outside pass, staying wide, turning it into an inside pass on Jose Kashi. Kosei.
Looks like it will be Roussel timing everything right to take the victory ahead of Hayashi. Kim in third with a 2:17.67.
Just enough.
I'm ahead of at least 1 third place skater. All right, heat number 7 coming up. Last one has Sun Long, Luca Speckenhauser, Steven Dubois, Hong Kyung-hwan, Peter Riches, and Nertolek Kajgali. The last 3 going through the earlier heats. is Dubois.
Go to the start. Ready.
I was wondering if Lucas Speckenhauser may push the speed a little bit on this one to get the pace going. A lot of depth in this race with the likes of Stephen Dubois and Sun Long.
Number 9 from the Chinese Sun Long. Number
26-year-old
Gladiators, Lucas Speckenhauser.
Guangcheng.
109 from the Green White Tigers, Hong Kyung-hwan.
Korea.
Number
Peter
90
Riches
from the
maybe
British
trying
Royals,
to
Peter Riches. Number 107 from the Kazakh
upset a
Nomads.
little bit here.
Et finalement portant le numéro 4, présentement en deuxième position, le Canadien Stephen Dubois.
Lucas Speckenhauser now going again on the outside. Followed closely by Hong Kyung-wan.
Suivi en deuxième de Speckenhauser. En troisième position, Hong Kyung-wan de la Corée. Le Canadien présentement en quatrième. Moving by the inside, taking that fourth spot is Nartulek
Still
Khashoggi.
in front, but look, the last two positions, Dubois and Sun.
+5 to the semifinals. Dubois taking back that fourth spot behind Hong
To
Kyung-wan.
third, Sun trying to follow.
Moving into third behind Speckenhauser.
Look the other shoulder, Riches. They're coming up the other way.
Peter Riches out in front.
Lucas Speckenhauser making contact with Peter Riches there. That opens the door.
Speckenhauser
That
and
will
Riches.
get a review. That was in the front two positions. That might change things quite a bit, but Dubois hits the front. Sun with some work to do.
Speckenhauser. Hong Kyung-wan moving into second. Do not forget
into
about
second
Sun
now.
Long, bronze medal winner last weekend in this distance.
Sun Long now up the inside of Speckenhauser into third.
Hong Kyung-wan, Sun Long.
And at the bell, Sun Long is up into third. He's trying to close down Hong. Dubois leading the way. Sun grits his teeth, can't quite do it.
It's a quick time though.
2:14.94. Yeah, it's certainly faster than last heat.
Fastest race of the series here.
There is that review forthcoming.
That was the inside pass of Lucas Speckenhauser on Peter Riches.
I believe it was cleared. Possible lane change from outside to in was the ruling. It was what they were looking for, rather. And it has been cleared. So I believe the results are final. Yes, they are. Dubois Hong through automatically, and Sun Long's time of 2:14.919 is enough to get through. So Ibog, Vercock's time, and Won Jun Moon's time, just not quick enough from those third place skates. Of course, their advancement as well. And there you go, results official. Sun will be moving on, chance to at least repeat that bronze medal. We'll see if this continues Saturday. And the one advancement, Lee Jung-min. So 4 third place skates moving on. Women's 1,000-meter repechage quarterfinals are what's on deck. And we will take another break. The mixed relay quarterfinals, another break, repechage heats for the 500 meters, and women's relay ranking race still to come. As always, thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Qualifying days are long, but we appreciate you joining us. Tyler Dara sitting next to me. My name is Gavin Day. Year number 2 of the ISU Short Track World Tour. There's a look at
Go
105.
to the
5
start.
skaters we noticed in this round's quarterfinal. 6 in a lot
Ready.
of the rest. There is Gloria Iodiatti. just missed advancement.
We moved on to the women's
So
1,000 meter
Yoriati,
quarterfinals
Lisa
now.
Eckstein,
With a 1+3 advantage
Zhang
to
Yize,
the
Leia
semifinal round.
Popovikova, and Chloe
Saturday
Cameron.
morning. 7 races in this first one. We have
So we did notice that Ariana Fontana is out of the 1,000 meter event this weekend on the World Tour. Chiara Betti moving in to replace her.
26, moving into second position.
And it was a hip flexor injury, and so Fontana trying to continue the storybook career on home ice, going for short as well as long track.
Representing the British Royals, Chloe Cameron.
She will be out for the weekend. And I believe that misses the Italian trials, but there are still opportunities, so we'll see for her.
Zhang Yize in the front of this race now. We saw her having some late struggles in the relay heats, which led to the Chinese lungs not qualifying through to the semifinal.
So just to run through, 7 heats, top skater from each race, and up to 3 fastest third place skaters qualify for the repechage semifinals. So 0 margin for error, really, as Yoriati keen to make amends on her way to the lead. And it looks like she might come around to take this. Zhang is going to make it close, but it is Yoriati taking it. Like she will go into the repechage semifinals. Nothing getting reviewed. Zhang's time 137.23. 0.219 now that they've updated it.
Well, 137 is a little bit on the slower side. I don't think that time is going to be enough for Popovikova.
Second place, we're looking at Zhang.
Sorry, you're right. It's a 1+3. My goodness. But that time for Zhang Yize is going to not likely stand up. Still have a lot of strong skaters in the following races.
That's the move for the lead. Yoriati. One more race to go to get her into the main program. That won't take place until Saturday. Results confirmed. Yoriati through. Zhang will have to sit and wait. Heat number 2 has another Chinese lung, Gong Li. Also here, Rebecca Sididze-Nemeth, Nicola Mazur, Betty Muska, Barbara Gakova, and as Tyler mentioned, Chiara Betti here stepping in after Ariana Fontana pulling out this weekend, but they're looking to qualify their team positions as well for these distances. So you get the team spots in, and then they can choose the individuals come Olympic time.
Go to the story. Ready.
In the second quarterfinal race, 6 skaters wearing number 18. China,
Sididze-Nemeth.
number 39, representing
Gong Li is the seated skater in the distance, number 17.
29, representing the Polish co-stars, Nicola Mazur. 68, representing the German Wolves, Betty Muska. 63, representing the Czechia Ice Spiders.
A lot of movement happening within this pack. Everyone's trying to position themselves towards the front.
Chiara Betti.
Nicola Mazur now coming back to the lead. Here comes Chiara Betti now.
Winding it up on the outside. Had a little traffic in front of her. Gets ahead of Muska, albeit temporarily.
Defended by Muska. Holding on to her third place. There goes
Sididze-Nemeth now onto the front of this race. Takes a lot of work to make all these attacks. Skaters will be starting to fatigue. Who has it in their legs to finish this off as we move to 2 laps to go?
It's Mazur up the inside, makes that one stick. Betti up into third. It is is Nicola Mazur off the front. Betty's trying to make it close. She is a taller skater. She might have the reach, but nope, Silitse Nemeth hanging on for second with Mazur taking it. Good result for her with Gungli fading to fourth.
Well, that second place finish could be one of those times that will get you through. So a heated battle for second at the finish. But this race was just corner after corner. Everyone trying to position themselves towards the lead, attack after attack.
Mazur came in ranked 42nd compared to Gung's 17th, so very good finish for her. I think the results are fine. I don't think anything needed a review. Betty made it close. Just enough. There's a smile just trying to hang on to help Silitse Nemeth stay on her skates. Actually, there was something getting looked at. There is a possible arm block for Silitse Nemeth on Betty.
Wonder if they were looking at the finishing lap there,
Possibly.
on the exit of the corner.
And sometimes the people in the review room get on the horn and radio out to the on-ice crew to say, hey, we want to take a second look at this. And so that might have been what happened just there, but no, it has been cleared. So the results are final. Just checking. Just waiting to see heat number 3. Coming up, Camila Cellier, Chloe Olivier, Annabelle Green, Katarina Budic, Isabella Caicedo, and Tamara Tokarova.
Go to the start. Ready.
Rep quarterfinal number 3. Rank number 15 represents the Polish Lozor's Kamila Sedli.
Heading to the front.
51 from the British Royals, Annabelle Green. 62 from the Croatian Dalmatians, Katarina Budic. Number 61
now moving around the outside, getting this pace going.
Budic following. Green slotting up into third, and he did miss it last weekend. Camila Cellier getting married in the offseason to DNA Cellier. So Emil Starhovska changing name to Cellier. We did see DNA Cellier warming up, so we might see him in action at some point. Now Olivier on the outside here, piling in there. Olivier on Cellier.
Annabelle Green still in third. Budic in fourth. Tokarova in fifth. And Caicedo sitting in sixth.
Another one of those faster races. Camila Cellier pushing the pace out from the lead.
One review coming up.
Can Annabelle Green try to set up a move here to look for second place?
Cellier still on the front. Olivier in second. Then Green and then Budic. Not looking like anybody's able to line up a move, and it is Cellier, Olivier, and Green 1 through 3. Pending that one review in the corner. Or in the corner of your screen, rather. The yellow dot there. What it is a possible failure to give way on Annabelle Green, on Budic, and that might be it right there. I mean, it's very slight contact between the two.
Chloe Olivier here in the final laps, just maintaining such a tight defensive track there, giving Annabelle Green no looks up the inside to make a move. She was gonna have to try to look outside, but it's so difficult when your legs are burning and they're feeling heavy at the end of the race to try to go that added distance around the outside.
That view has been cleared. So as you were, the results, Olivier, 134.942. So it's certainly faster than the previous 2 heats. So it's 3 fastest second place skaters. That one relatively comfortable right now. Heat number 4 on the ice. 2 nomads, Galieva, Tikhonova, 2 roosters, Levesque, Grenouille, the Gazelle of Singapore, Alyssa Pock, and Tineke Dendalk, the Belgian Ice Bears.
Go to the start. Ready.
Grab quarterfinal number 4. Wearing number 49 from the Kazakh Nomads, Alina Ashkalieva.
Roosters.
Her teammate number 42, also from
Ahead of the 2 nomads for the moment.
Bogdana Kavalsan, La France, Levi. 89 from the Singapore Gazelles, Alyssa Pock. Number 59 representing the Belgian Ice Bears, Tineke Dendalk.
Tikhonova looking to get in between the Rooster skaters. Orly Levesque leading this race out.
Turning 28 in just a few days.
Following behind her is her teammates. We have France, Kazakhstan, with Tineke Dendalk from Team Belgium now moving into 4th position with 4 laps to go.
Waiting for this to really get wound up. Galieva shaping up a move up the inside, gets around Grenouille, and now it's Levesque being stalked by 2 nomads.
2 laps to go. Tikhonova, a little bit of a slip on that entry, loses her ability to try to set up for a pass.
That gives Levesque an opportunity to just hang on for that little bit more. Grenouille looking up the outside, Levesque just keeping them off for now, and it might just be for long enough. And Aurélie Levesque, a good win in a repechage quarterfinal, heat number 4 in the 1,000 meters.
And they just keep getting faster.
Tikhonova, a 1:34.712 adjusted time. Skaters now starting to know that times are still on the table.
Well, it's a bit of an advantage when you're one of the later heats. You're aware of how many advancements there are. At this point, no advancements. All times are on the table for those second places. You know what the time is you're required to do. So it is a bit of a benefit to be in those later heats. The bar has been set. You know what your job is. Now you can start racing a little bit more, thinking, all right, if we are a quicker race, does look a little bit more like a 2+0 scenario than a 1+0 with times. If you go quick enough. So you do have to have it within your strategy to be pushing that pace if you feel like you're one of those skaters that might be on the bubble.
It has been something of a trend, largely clean racing, with perhaps racers thinking better of making moves and being a little more cautious, as penalties could really have an impact. Heat number 5, Sara Lutza Baksky, Elena Seragina, Malika Yermak, Yelizaveta Sidorko, Diana Michalchuk, and Katrin Manoilova. Interesting heat here with a lot of them. There's no overwhelming favorite, no one with a supremely higher ranking than the rest.
Go to the start. Ready.
Seragina is still one of those skaters we're collecting some data on, trying to get to know her racing style a little bit better. I've seen a few performances from her where she does have some good speed and ability to strike late, so she's kind of one to watch towards the end of the race. Of course, Sarah Luca Baksky coming in, the highest ranked skater with a rank of 43rd in this event.
22-year-old on the front right now, and Baksky second. We saw that nice turn of speed from Seragina when she needed it in 1,000 meters. See what is left. We turned it on again. So we know there's some endurance there after seeing her earlier.
Jarnek is our leader. She's followed in second.
The pace being pushed, you can tell the athletes are going a little quicker when they're putting that hand down, looking for that little extra stability and balance as they go through the apex of the turn.
Next guy trying to go around the outside, Saragina up the inside.
There's that quick move from Saragina.
In this last lap, that is
Looking like she might hang on in this one.
sitting in second.
And it is Saragina. And Backsky 1 and 2. That's what we learned from doing kind of the math is even getting into the repechage semifinals could pay dividends for your Olympic qualifying aspirations. And Saragina looks like she's on course to get through to the repechage semis. Nothing getting reviewed there.
And that time of Backsky will be just off. The second place time, is a 1:35.1 right now.
That's a 1:35.519 for Saragusa Backsky. And there you have it, just the one qualifier. Saragina goes through. Heat number 6. Eunice Lee of the USA Eagles. Elisa Confortola. The Italian Gladiators, Lam Qingyan of the Hong Kong Ice Chillins, Phoebe Stens. The Ibex, Svetlana Rapetska of the Wildcats, and Kirana Laut of Indonesia.
Go to the start.
90, 96, come here, 90.
Step back.
Spots right on the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Confortola, silver in the 1500 in Tilburg, bronze in the 1000.
Quarterfinals
In
6.
Milan
This is
the
the second to
following
last
weekend.
quarterfinal race.
It's always interesting where you see someone who's got on the podium and here they are in the repechage, just showing how things can change so quickly from week to week.
Well, and that's the value of the repechage, the opportunity for some of these skaters who maybe had some bad luck go their way to qualify back through to the main World Tour event for this weekend. Lisa Confortola looking to do just that.
Lee on the front for now, but Confortola taking control.
Indonesia, Kirana Laut.
Lee trying to go up the inside into second. Gets in there.
Eunice Lee.
Lam Qingyan up into third
moving
now.
into third.
Well, this race is going to be a little off the pace for a time advancement, so it's going to come down to that victory.
Confortola is expected to take this one.
1 lap to go now. Confortola.
Internationally ninth on her helmet from the World Tour rankings of a year ago.
Move on.
She will take it. 1:35.76. Eunice Lee with a 1:35.88. That one slower than Backsky's time from the last heat, so that won't be enough to move her on.
Look at Elisa Confortola there doing a quick outside pass. You can see actually going into that turn there was about 4 skaters across. You want to get through quickly. You don't want to get impeded by anybody falling when there's so many skaters in line with each other going into a corner. It's when we're most likely to see falls.
And so the results confirmed Confortola going through. final heat on the ice. Valentina Askic of the Croatian Dalmatians, Hyojin Kim of the Australian Racing Roos, Anna Janssonen of the Latvian Golden Stars, Danuche Chataisong of the Thai Elephants, Chung Xiaoying of the Chinese Taipei Blue Magpies, and Myungbi Jung of the German Wolves. Askic last season. She was on the best year of her life. That's why you see the 20 on her helmet, very respectable. And then there was a crash.
Race in the repechage round.
Petra Yasapati that gave her an arm injury. She's pulled out of the World Championships as a result. Petra Yasapati talking about her last week at the Hungarian Falcons. Such a shame she was coming back from that injury and then injured herself again in the offseason. So it's not looking like the Olympics are an option for Petra Yasapati. She is working already towards recovery, but at the moment on the ice, Anna Janssonen. Skater in front. Here comes Askic and Hyojin Kim coming up as well.
Hyojin Kim just tracking Askic very closely. I think it might be her strategy just to be following in behind Askic, looking for her opportunity to strike with the final laps of this race.
Inside 3 to go, one incident getting a review, but yeah, it is the top two. Askic driving the pace. Kim the only one able to keep the pace.
Kim needing to look to try to make something happen here. Gonna have to do a better setup.
Askic still on the front. Is there an opportunity for Kim coming up? Running out of room to do it. She will try to come up the inside, but it will be Askic taking it at 137.28. Replacement will not be enough.
Unofficially moving on to the repechage semi-final round.
And the one incident was on Chung Xiaoying on Chataisong, but it was possible lane change from out to in, but that has been cleared. So the results are final. Askic will be into the repechage semifinals, and that will be up after our ice resurfacing break. Coming up when we come back, mixed team relay, quarterfinals, then there'll be another break, and then the final couple races of the day, men's 500-meter repechage heats and 3,000-meter relay women's ranking finals. So there you go. So 4:34 is the next time we'll be back with you. So about 17 and a half minutes and change. So we'll see you soon.
And be back at 4:34 p.m. with the mixed 2,000-meter team relays. J'aimerais vous rappeler que nous avons quelques kiosques, surtout du côté ouest. Aujourd'hui, le kiosque Subway et aussi différents boutiques et kiosques qui seront ici tout le long du week-end. Just a reminder that we do have the Subway restaurant open throughout the entire weekend on the west side, as well as multiple different kiosks and boutiques also available on the west side. J'aimerais aussi prendre l'opportunité de remercier encore nos partenaires et nos commanditaires. I'd just like to take a quick moment to thank our partners and sponsors that make this event possible. Un grand merci à l'ISU, International Skating Union, à Elio, CNSG, China National Sports Group, PVC, Patinage de Piste Canada, PVQ, Patinage de Piste du Québec, le gouvernement du Canada, gouvernement du Québec, Tourisme Montréal, la Ville de Montréal, Comité olympique canadien, Bell, Intact Assurance, IGA Plaza Montréal et Université de Montréal, Parc olympique, Aéroport de Montréal et Nagano Skate, Café William, Association régionale de patinage de piste, Matrin. Et finalement, Das Food Truck, Moosehead et Subway. Un grand merci à tous nos partenaires et commanditaires.
人为什么会向往自然？不是因为自然有答案，是因为自然能让人放下问题。天性自然，自然而然。与博结合，一起奔赴自然。
Mixed team relay time. Top 2 in each of the 4 heats to come will qualify for the semifinals. Then, of course, there are ranking considerations to factor in. And so after week number 1, this is when it comes to Olympic qualifying, the top 12 teams at the end of the World Tour would get Olympic berths. Currently in 12th right now is Croatia. The Dalmatians, and here's heat number 1. 5 teams in this one. Could be a busy one. The Lions, Hussars, Falcons, Wolves, and Ice Spiders. And it is a change as well. There's only one Velzebor on the ice. It is Michelle Velzebor. Sandra Poutsma stepping in. Selma Poutsma, pardon me. Sorry, blanked for a moment there.
Go to the start.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you caught it.
Ready.
And it is Jens van het Vout and Toon Boer on the ice for the Hussars. Natalia Malashevska.
Well, 5 teams on the line in this mixed gender relay. That really amps up the number of skaters. All the more important to have a lead position in this race as the Dutch Lions and the Polish Hussars open up a little gap to begin this mixed gender relay.
Muska trying to get up into 3rd, perhaps on the exchange. Nope, not there just yet. The Ice Spiders with some work to do out in 5th. It is Michelle Velzebor, Gabriela Topolska on the ice right now.
Well, a healthy lead here forming between these 2 teams. They'll likely just want to stay clean at this point and maintain this gap if possible. But Peter Yashapati of the Hungarian Falcons is going to do his best to try to close this down.
DNA Cellier once again just on relay duty, it seems. He's in 2nd right now behind Toon Boer. As Tyler mentioned, Peter Yashapati in 3rd. Felix Pigeon and Jens van het Vout about to be tagged in, exchanged in, and Wonjun Moon for the Hungarian Falcons.
Nice to have Jens van het Vout back on the ice surface this weekend. He is cruising out there, 8.3, 8.3 lap times. Here's a handoff to Selma Poutsma.
And Natalia Malashevska back in. She closes right up to very accomplished sprinters on the ice. Malashevska able to just hang on. Cost her a bit of speed, but not bad to keep it that close considering.
Well, they're bringing so much speed from that exchange from their male counterpart, launching them into that lap. It's a speed that they don't generally hit without that exchange.
And Topolska up the inside on Michelle Velzebor and takes the position.
Michelle Velzebor kindly kind of moving out of the way there, not taking any risks.
And it's Cellier and Boer as the male skaters are back on.
Oh! Track steward goes down with a skater. That was a hard hit there.
Oh dear.
But the race goes on here.
I don't think it impacted the race. The female skater was off the ice. We're back in the men. And Van het Vout and Pigeon battling. Van het Vout gets it. Pigeon gets it right back. Another opportunity.
Van het Vout goes back to the lead.
And they lapped the Czech Ice Spiders. I don't think that really affected anything, nor should it have. But Van het Vout and Pigeon looks like they will move right on to the semifinals. But when you have 5 teams out there, it's a lot for everybody, including track stewards.
Well, it's all the more skaters to watch. 20 racers on the ice surface, so much going on. Blocks getting hit left, right, and center. You got skaters going on for exchanges, coming off from exchanges on the track. It's a lot to manage. It's a difficult task to be a track steward out here. There's a look at that save from Natalia Malashevska, staying on her feet there. But the Polish Hussar doing a tremendous job keeping pace with the Dutch Lions in this mixed relay.
And results aren't finalized yet, but they will be. I don't think anything was getting reviewed, and so it will be the Lions and the Hussars into the semis. Mixed relay goes Sunday. Go, results confirmed. And what will also be a ranking race, I believe, and that would be the Sunday morning program. Heat number 2 out on the ice. You can see them right there. The Ice Maples, Eagles, Bears, Ice Bears, and Royals. Kristen Santos, both of the Crystal Globe helmets out there. Santos Griswold and Donjanu. The Eagles going with Hio, Corin Stoddart, Kristen Santos Griswold, and Marcus Howard. The Royals with just 2 female skaters entering, both of them sort of similar situation to the Belgian Ice Bears. So Chloe Cameron, Annabelle Green in for the Royals. Willem Murray in for the Royals. Not someone we've seen in the individual races. Theo Collins in there as well. De Smets, Tineke Dendalk, and Ward Petre, as he so often is in this mixed relay. And we'll see who starts things off. It's Stoddart, De Smet, Green, and Sereau.
Go to the start. Ready.
Chance for Green to put her solid start to good use. Gets right up into third, but Sereau dashing off the line.
Kristen Santos Griswold. Number 3 currently on the track is Corin Stoddart. Number 22, Andrew Hio.
Sereau flying out front. Corey Stoddart closing that gap, creating some separation between the Eagles and the Royals.
15, Stein Desmet.
Now it's Brunel and Santos Griswold. De Smet closing the gap for third and making the move.
66, Chloe Cameron. 56, Theo Collins. And 89, Willem Murray.
Hannah De Smet with some work to do for the Ice Bears out here. I think these Ice Maples and American Eagles are trying to create some separation between themselves and the Ice Bears. They know the brother-sister combo of the De Smets can be fearsome at the finishing stages of these mixed relays.
And it's Donjanu and Howard, but Donjanu well out in front.
Looking to move on to the semifinal round and then eventually the A-final.
Dubois relaxing out front.
To go. It's Steven Dubois out on the track.
Andrew Hio looks to close down this gap for the Eagles.
Dubois off and away as the Canadians fielding a very strong lineup with both Dubois and Donjanu.
Sereau just powering off that turn after the exchange from Dubois.
Reminder, world record, 2 minutes 35.339. That was the Dutch set at the World Championships in March. And Brunel with Santos Griswold behind her. And the Ice Bears, Hannah De Smet, have their flag bearer on the women's side on, but she has a lot of work to do, and it's Santos Griswold for the lead.
Well, that back-to-back skate of Stoddart and Santos Griswold is so strong. They're able to close that lap gap, take control of the lead, but William Donjanu takes it right back.
And he has a chance to put a gap in between himself and Marcus Howard before tagging in Dubois, Hio on, De Smet on, and Theo Collins is on for the Royals now, and Dubois flying away. Hio just trying to maintain contact. And it will be Steven Dubois taking it for the Ice Maples, a time of 2:39.25.
Semifinal round on Team USA.
So that was a tiny bit faster than the previous heat, both for first and for second, faster than the Dutch Lions time. But that 1-2 tandem of Stoddart and Santos Griswold just keeps keeps them in close contact with any team in the world in that mixed relay. And so the results official. Ice Maples Eagles 1-2.
Kind of like the KSG call for that, Kristen Santos.
I mean, the automatic flow into that is the notorious KSG. But
we may have to get her approval on that.
yeah, well, exactly. It's the kind of thing that you can't just arbitrarily decide.
We could make it a thing.
Good. I've never been one to make anything a thing, so it's not a good sign if I'm trying to make something a thing. Either way. Heat number 3, the Lungs, the Ninjas, the Nomads, and the Roosters. French, of course, are the European champions in the mixed relay. European Championships coming up in January in Tilburg, a place that we do know. The World Tour stop last season. So we see Jarcoq, Etienne Bastier, Aurélie Lévesque. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Yes, I am. Chloé Olivier.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Fawn Cushing leading things off.
2+0 advancement to the semis. Team China alone. Number 36, Wang Qian. Number 46, Han Kushi. Number 14, Yo Shaoan. And number 47, Chang Bohao. 14,
So
Japan.
2.5 laps, everybody goes, and then everybody goes 2 laps.
47,
Japanese Ninjas there just staying on their feet for that exchange. That allows the Lungs to open a bit of a gap. But Nakashima will close that right down for the Ninjas.
It is Zhengbo Hao who's about to come in for the Lungs. Miyata Shogo up the inside for the lead. Miyata Shogo just gets so low on that apex. It will be Liu Shaoan coming in for the Lungs in second place.
Liu Shaoan sitting in second. There goes Team China.
There is for the lead.
Liu Shaoan looking so strong again. He's in great form this season. It's fantastic to see. But, you know, the top athletes know when to peak at the right time and when to build.
So he looks to be peaking for the games. Fan Cushing off the front right now. Wang Qian will come back in. A little wide before that exchange. Had to scramble over to get a good push, but they do still have a bit of an advantage. Nakashima Mide
Our top 3 teams are still together. French team looking to catch up as well. Still anyone's game here.
The Nomads staying within striking distance, certainly missing the absence of Denis Nikisha on this team.
Levchenko on the ice right now. One more exchange to come. These, of course, are all scheduled exchanges. Miyata trying to make the move for the lead. He does. But right now the door is open, but Liu Shaoan decides to wait this time. He knows his chance will come.
Trying to chase them down is
Hamza Lashgaliev trying to close it back up. They both drop speed, and that allows Lashgaliev to come back in, but it will be the Ninjas. Yoshinaga Kazuki holding off Liu Shaoan nicely.
Team China unofficially.
Well, you called it. Gavin there, Yoshinaga putting up the block on Liu Shaoan. That slowed both of their speed down on that last lap, creating an opportunity for Lashgaliev to strike for the finish line.
because after week 1, as far as Olympic qualifying standings go, the Dutch second, Canada in third, the Chinese lungs leading the way, Japan, the ninjas sitting in fourth, and good result there to the semis.
This mixed relay has been such a fun addition to the short track speed skating. I think it's such an exciting race. I love the speed, the sprint of it, the pressure to be at the front, the ability for more, countries to field teams in this event and mix things up. It's just been a terrific race to watch.
So there's heat number 4, the White Tigers, Gladiators, Wildcats, and Dalmatians. Martina Valchipina and Ariana Siegel on the women's side for the Gladiators, Luca Speckenhauser and Lorenzo Previtali on the men's side. The Tigers will have Chae Min-jong, Lee So-yoon, Lee Jung-min, and Shin Dong-min. Croatian Dalmatians will be fielding their 2 women entered, so Valentina Askic, Katarina Budic. There's also Martin Kolens and Ivan Martinic. And the Ukrainian Wildcats have Oleg Hande, Svetlana Rapitska, Yelizaveta Sidorko, and Rostislav Leontenko. Another break coming up before we wrap things up with the 500 meter for men's repechage heats and the 3,000 meter women's relay finals. Not finals, ranking finals. Already giving away medals on qualifying day 1. As we watch them use the fire extinguisher, I realize I've never used a fire extinguisher before.
Well, we may just have to get you one to practice with in the event that one day you may have to.
I'll be ready to freeze up some ice.
You're getting a lot of good, visual lessons on how to do it.
I think I can know how to do it.
I think I can know how.
I think. Of course, you would then just sit me in a roller chair and I'd use it to push myself around that way. There is Sidorko. Alongside her.
Go to the start.
Lee So-yoon, pardon me, Martina Valchipina and Valentina Askic.
Ready.
Interesting combinations. You don't see Kim Gi-lee on the ice for the White Tigers, but there is Chae Min-jong, so interesting combination. So chance for Valentina Askic perhaps to get ahead of one of the, well, I wouldn't say less fancied White Tigers, but not one of their team leaders anyway. First exchanges coming up in just a moment. It's Ariana Siegel, Chae Min-jong,
17, Luca Speckenhauser,
Croatia.
Chae Min-jong with a beautiful inside pass on Ariana Siegel. Dropping 2 arms now, accelerating the pace, creating some separation on the Dalmatians and the Wildcats.
Rostislav Leontenko can't quite get up the inside. Martinic able to hold him at bay.
Number 62, Katarina Budic. Number 35, Martin Collins. And number 84.
It's head and shoulders above the rest right now, these 2 sides. At this rate, they'll be comfortably into the semifinals, so you wonder if the Italians are just saying, yeah, this is fine for us.
Well, we talked about no unnecessary risks, qualify through. The Italian Gladiators, of course, of all the teams, have the relief of knowing they will be competing in this event already in Milano Cortina. But the Gladiators go down. There's a tag up from Luca Speckenhauser.
And as we know, the tag up has to be the right way. And so there's confusion that'll get reviewed because I think Speckenhauser got the tag. Maybe he wasn't supposed to. He then pushed Ariana Siegel back in. But just as you were mentioning, they're confident that they know they've qualified. Valchipina gets onto the back seat coming out of the corner, and off she goes into the mats.
Well, this opens up a huge opportunity for the Dalmatians and the Wildcats here, battling it out for that second position now.
It is Rostislav Leontenko, and he'll bring in Oleg Hyundai. They've swapped positions for the Dalmatians. And it's Golens who will tag in this time. Oleg Hyundai now, how vital is this race for second? They are flying at top speed, knowing this could mean something. All the while, the White Tigers enjoy a victory lap, and it's a dash for finish, and it could be the Dalmatians hanging on, and they do.
Well, this result could just be massive for the Dalmatians. We identified they were sitting in 12th currently, that's correct, Gavin. So now potentially moving up to that semifinal.
Would be a top 8 for them. And you just see the depth comparisons where the White Tigers have options to go from. Thumbs up from the Dalmatian skaters, but they have, you know, when they're picking their teams, there's just 2 women to choose from. So there's no drama in who's going in who, but it just shows how you can compare these two teams. A team like Korea where just about anyone can step in.
Well, hopefully we get a replay there of that last lap. Ole Hyundai, I think he was looking to set up a bit of a deep track. However, just going too deep on that last corner, which opened the door. And was it Martinich here? That's just going too far off the blocks there, opening the inside lane.
That is what is getting reviewed, but it is cleared. Yeah, Italy was being looked at for a possible illegal relay, but that has been cleared now.
Well, that's the challenge with the set. The set kind of exchanges of the mixed gender relay, and when you do have that tag up, having to reorganize yourselves amongst the team, it just becomes all the more confusing in the moment and the heat of the race of the mixed relay.
There you have it, White Tigers, Dalmatians into the semifinals. So yeah, that'll be a bit of a shake-up in those mixed relay standings when it comes to Olympic qualifications. We now head on into another break, 500-meter men's repechage heats coming up as we see who we will see in the semis.
Last chance to get something from Subway and also any of the boutiques and kiosks on the west side. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
And so I believe they just said it's about a 20-minute break here in Montreal. Just going to confirm that time. So we were coming back at 5:18 local time. So yeah, that's in about 20 minutes. So catch a break, see you soon.
人为什么会相信自然？不是因为自然有答案，是因为自然能让人放下问题。天性自然，自然而然。与博结合，一起奔赴自然。
Final block of racing still to come on day 1 of week 2 in Montreal for the ISU Short Track World Tour. Men's 500-meter repechage heats coming up, 14 of them. Coming at you fast and furious. First skater from each race and up to 6 fastest second place qualifiers will go into the repechage quarterfinals. After this, one final relay to come, the women's 3,000-meter relay ranking final. There's the start list of heat number 1. A couple of ninjas, Yoshinaga Kazuki, Shuta Matsuzu, Jonas Hammermuller, Mohamed Bozdag, and Tariq Omaragic.
Well, 1+6 with 14 races, a lot of pressure to get that win here.
Those 6 could start to disappear. That being said, we have had a pretty clean day overall, and whether or not that is because skaters are being that little bit more cautious, not forcing moves they don't have to otherwise do to risk a penalty, or it could just be that kind of a weekend.
But now that we're in the repechage, that concern is kind of out the window. You got to get that win or top 2 to go through, maybe opening up more chances that skaters are taking to qualify.
The repechage heats won't be enough to get those rankings for the Olympics. So getting to the rep quarterfinals and semis, very important. So yeah, like Tyler said, maybe a little more cavalier, launching into the moves, and his 2 ninjas off the front. Hammermuller right behind him, the Wolf right behind them. The Wolf stalking the ninjas.
Well, Yoshinaga's been skating terrifically. And Suzu's tucking right in his second there. Trying to hold in that draft. I don't know if he'll challenge Yoshinaga for the win here, but he's going to want to get that time.
So the 2 ninjas have just skated the rest of the field right off their backs. And Yoshinaga and Matsuzu will go 1 and 2 and a 41.24 for Matsuzu.
Quick time there. Yeah, 41.04 for Yoshinaga, 41.24 unofficially, officially 41.18 for Matsuzu. So that's a strong time. I think that's got a lot of potential to hold up if we don't see too many advancements.
These 2 just pushed go right from the gun, and the rest left in their dust, so to speak.
Well, I think the Ninjas coaching team will be happy with that result.
Didn't risk any team-on-team incidents.
Kind of an ideal situation. Get the 2 together. They go for time. They skate clean. They stay on their feet.
And they're probably used to skating in one in each other's wakes.
Yeah, they'd be very familiar following each other in practice, knowing the tendencies of their teammates and how they skate on the track.
So Matsuzu, we'll see how his time waits up. Heat number 2 right into it. Melle van het Wout, Frederick Pedersen, Tobias Wolf, Lin Chun-che, and Monk Erdenbeleg. Lion, Viking, Austria, Blue Magpie, and Saiga. If you missed my anthropological lecture last weekend, a Saiga is an endangered antelope, endemic, which means it only lives in Mongolia. And it was in 2017 a virus spread from livestock into the Saiga and actually wiped out about 60% of the wild population. But the good news is that Saiga population has been bouncing back ever since. Haven't gotten one yet, as you can imagine. The ice repairs are being carried out right now.
Well, Charles Hamelin back out here, helping with the ice repairs as a track steward. Last week we were talking about the skates he's wearing. He had his golden boots as the world champion. But he's actually switched up boots this weekend for track stewarding. You know, finding the right setup, it looks like.
Does he not have the gold on them anymore?
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is a great start from out in position number 4 by Lin Chun-Che, getting right in behind Melle van Fout.
Tremendous start from Lin there, but Melle van Fout here skating very well, but Lin goes down, opens up a gap.
Van Fout has an opportunity to ride off into the sunset. Pedersen trying to stay close, but as Tyler mentioned, that really opened up the gap.
I think Pedersen kind of clipped Lin there as he was coming around the exit of that turn on that wide speed track.
1 to go. We'll see how the time holds up. It will be 41.29 for Van Fout, 42.38 for Fredrik Pedersen. Fortunate for Lin, so great off the line.
Well, he was on the tail of Melle van Fout, who was just flying there, putting down a 41.28. I don't know Lin's personal best time in the 500 meter, but I'm sure that's quicker than he's probably ever gone before.
Just on his own there to Mats.
And I wonder how much the success of his brother Jens van Wout has really been motivating Melle over the past year to come back on this circuit. He's skating so well.
I know Jens had said that how much he would love to skate in an Olympics with his brother. Going through there, 42.368 for Pedersen. We'll see how that stacks up. It is second of the 2 second place finishers. Number 3, Stan Desmet, Simon Bastier, Lucas Wareham, Rio Ong, and Clavia Jagal. I think Desmet will be the odds-on favorite in this one.
Well, he had a very challenging heat earlier today that left him in this repechage round. Was it with Rim Jong-un and Pietro Siga? Was that the one? So many races now. I'm trying to think back to it.
All I'll say is possibly.
Go to the start.
Huang Daeon and Jens van Wout.
There we go.
Ready.
And it is Desmet off the line.
Third red heat, spring number 15 from the Belgian ice.
Bastier and Wareham. A little bit of a gap already open up.
71 from the Australian racing ruse is Lucas Wareham.
Simon Bastier doing a good job trying to keep pace here with Stan Desmet.
Representing the Indian Maharajas, Clavia Jagal.
Desmet trying to make this one as academic as possible. Has a bit of a gap. Wareham trying to keep it close, but it is Desmet and Bastier, and then a bit of an opening will be Desmet taking care of business here in heat number 3. Check the time, 42.17 approximately for Bastier in second there. So first place doesn't matter the time, second place is where we look at the time. I believe that was a little bit quicker than heat number 2.
It was. I still think that one's going to be on the cusp. We did see Yoshinaga go 41.0 in that first race with Matsuzu 41.1 in second. I do feel you're going to have to be in the 41 range for sure as I start making early predictions.
Hey, it's usually about the time when I start asking you.
Yeah.
Bastier will now watch and wait. Number 4 already on the ice, Shin Dong Ming in position number 1. Ivan Donchev, Sean McAnuff, Jakub Karabin, and Laitsai Wan Chen. Interesting one here. McAnuff is the top-seeded skater in the distance, but he's skating out of position 3. Originally from Oakville, Ontario, which lives and trains in Budapest now, while now skating for the Wolfhounds.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off the line, you see the benefits of positions 1 and 2.
5 skaters on track, 150, 114 from the green, 179 Bulgarian King Ivan Donchev. 61 from the Irish Wolfhounds, Sean McEnough. 138 Yakub Karabin from Slovakia, and 141 from
You see Shin Dong-min just really get the speed going. Donchev going down there, opens the door for McEnough. He's going to need to push here to look for that time.
McEnough lost some speed. He was very nearly caught up there. He had to stand up and lift up his leg to get out of the way. Karabin is pushing, but it is Shin winning the heat. And McEnough will hang on for second at 42.32. So I'm not sure that's ahead of Pedersen, but it's about third of 4 right now. 42.311 is the official time. There's some in the 42 range that are all very, very close.
We'll try to get a look at Donchev here. Just the right foot breaking out on him drops him really low on that left. You just can't recover from that.
And McEnough's life must have been flashing before his eyes there. Very close to getting contact, able to stay up, but that dumped a lot of speed for him.
Yeah, you see that there was a contact on his right leg. He was able to maintain his footing, but he had to pull up a little bit and ditch some speed before trying to re-accelerate. But it's so difficult to do as you get to the later stages of the race when you're already starting to fatigue.
So that's heat number 4. McEnough 42.311. We'll see how long that can endure. Heat number 5, Kay Hosman, Enzo Prost, Ben Jung, Maxim Maximov, and Peter Murphy.
Okay, Huseman's been putting down some really quick times. I think he's going to pull this one to a quick finishing result. We'll keep an eye on the clock.
He was in that heat earlier today with McEnough and just drove it early.
Go to the start. Ready.
Ben Jung had a jump early, but he'll have to settle into third and now into fourth as
we have number
indeed
120
Hosman just driving it.
Number 75 from the
I'm just so impressed by the start of Hausen, who's so quick. Down in the corner though.
Maximov is off, spun out, top speed.
Sorry, Ben Jung currently in third.
Scraping of the blades on the ice. Hosman has a gap. Jung trying to get up into second. I think he will have it.
Behind
It's going to be a real race for second. And Hosman is going to take the heat.
An official victory for
Low 41s, or high 41s rather, for Jung. Again, following in Husman's wake. Does a good bit for his time.
Well, that's putting Ben Jung in a good position there. 4 time to advance. Did not start from Peter Murphy.
High speed incident. Spinning out like a top there. Second time we've seen a skater go into the 41 range. There you have it. And number 6, Felix Pigeon, Tibor Komoritsky, Rostislav Leontenko, Jonathan Moody, and Jonathan Rosketblek. Maybe one of those times. Pigeon. Anybody can drive it. He's not highly as ranked as Leontenko, but the way Pigeon has been going, would not be surprised to see him try to drive the tempo and give to other guys to see if they can just hang in.
to the start. Ready.
Good start for Moody, out of position 4 to get up into second. Komarichki comes back to take it. Goldhorn of Slovenia. Now it is Pigeon. Just break away. Moody losing some speed coming out of the corner. That allows Leontenko into third.
Well, Felix Pigeon looking very smooth out front.
He's looking very comfortable for him. Just got to keep the blades down. He's got one of those automatic spots. Komarichki, see what kind of time he can put up. It's Pigeon. 41.6, another one in the high 41s. 41.79. Time for Tibor Komarichki.
Well, Jonathan Moody there going down on the bell lap, coming down the finishing straight. See if we get a little look at that. I didn't get a good angle on it from here. Jonathan Moody had a great start there. Felt like he was well positioned on the outside, but kind of let up a little bit there, tucked back into third.
Moody's incident as he suddenly disappeared as they came up to the finish line. So that's another quick time we have to watch for. 41.72. Number 7 on the ice also has a chance for good speed. Michał Niewinski, Marcus Howard, Lujan Shuo, Daniel Tiborts, and Zdenek Sapal.
One thing that's sometimes interesting to look at, and I was just picking up on it with Felix Pigeon, is the glasses choice. And you see all the different types of glasses that skaters are wearing. You see Michał Niewinski here, he's got the frame all the way around. Marcus Howard as well, but you'll see other skaters who have almost no frame on the glasses, and of course it's a personal choice, and sometimes it feels like the frame can block your view, so more skaters opting for glasses sometimes without a frame. But as I say that, I'm identifying skaters who do have the frame glasses, so again, it's that personal choice there. But Zdenek Sapal, you can see at the bottom of the lens there, no frame to interfere with your vision. So I think personally I do prefer those kind of lenses, ones that don't block anything, and the ones that sit a little bit taller like these glasses here. So as your head's down in a more dynamic position, you're not getting that crossbar frame in your field of vision as you're skating.
And we're also now seeing the full visor anyway, and you have to eliminate that altogether.
Absolutely, and that full visor is probably the best where you don't get any of that interference from the glass frame.
Go to the story. Ready.
That's a great start from Marcus Howard. Can he hang on to it? Niewinski right up behind him, but it is the American Eagle.
Well, when you come around from that second position on the outside, you're on a better speed track. You can accelerate so well off of that, and Marcus Howard did just that. Oh, but he loses his footing down.
Dangerous there, spinning back into the racing line. Sapal did a good job to avoid it. But Niewinski now has Lujan Chwo and Daniel Tiborts behind him.
Well, a very unfortunate fall for Marcus Howard. He was in great control of this race. Michał Niewinski going defensive here to finish it off.
And he will hang on. Lou goes with the 42.05.
So it was a little bit later on the exit of the corner where Marcus Howard went down, and right behind that is the starter's box and the coach's box, so the mats don't give us way quite as much as they do deeper in the turn. So as a result, you kind of get that bounce out effect that Marcus Howard had and slingshot him or bounced him back out on the track with the feet up in the air. It's always a scary moment, but there you see it, kicks him back out right here into the track, and Sapal was still coming by after there.
So I know there were a couple that had 42 and change, but still skating clean. So we're going to start to see, really, with 6 positions available, those times start to disappear. to a 42.033, his official time. Number 8, Brendan Corey, Peter Yasapati, Dennis Aidapetian, Luka Jasic, and Martin Prattle.
One thing to watch, Brendan Corey off the start, his feet are just so quick, so light. He doesn't have a big stride out to the side, which is nice because it eliminates possible contacts of blades as he's heading towards that corner. It almost looks like he's just floating towards that first block, but his stride is so fast.
The lone Serbian owl, Luka Jasic. There is Brendan Corey. Talked about it a bit. The yellow, green, and blue on his helmet perfectly match the kit. Similar style of design, at least the color scheme to Square and his teammate.
I'm kind of jealous up here, you know. I want a special helmet.
You can go get one. We've seen some for sale and people advertising there.
Are you going to be okay if I wear one up here?
Safety first, man. I mean, you can also just find Itzhak Dalat and say, hey, do something for me. I'm sure he'll get to work with you right away. I'm sure he brings a mobile studio and everything.
Yeah.
We are now good to go.
Go to the story. Ready.
And a stumble off the line, and it's Jasic. Unfortunate for him. No contact. No bringing it back.
Brendan Corey, 45 from the Hungarian.
Brendan Corey taking the lead here.
152 from the
Two crossovers in, looking to build that speed.
136 from the Serbian Owls, Luka Jasic. And number 85 from the Croatian Dalmatians, Martin Prattle.
Corey just missed.
There goes.
And he's on today. Aidapetian in on Yasapati.
Between him and Yasapati.
And that is certainly going to get a second look.
It was a late entry pass there on Yasapati.
All of that does is hand an extra margin to Brendan Corey. He goes through at the 42.34. Now second place was in second place, which would have been a potential time advancement. Not a quick heat compared to some of the other ones.
Well, in the early laps, as Brendan Corey was accelerating there, we just looked a little uncomfortable around the apex, and then he started to settle in afterwards. But when you have that little bit of instability coming off the turn, it just slows you down that little bit. You hesitate a little. The contacts here don't help as well. Just another look at that inside pass. Failure to give way, I think, may be the decision.
Looking at it. It would be a potential advancement. Might they look at time if they're looking at advancements? Because I know sometimes there are those time advancements where they do, and sometimes they don't. You look at it, it's not one of the faster heats. Might not have been one of the faster second place heats, but
I don't think they have to, they can't take that into consideration, because there's always the argument, well, if this incident didn't occur, it could have been faster.
and also he could still have, it's close enough that he could have made a pass for the lead. Right.
So they just kind of have it to exclusively just look at the impediment or the incident there.
Watch and wait. Well, none of them do. None of their skaters are impacted. Again, Corey got Yasapati did, I believe, get a hand on Corey as well, right there. Not much in the way of contact, but Corey passenger.
But this is what we talked about a little bit earlier, Gavin, where it's just in the repechage now, there's no second chances. You got to take that opportunity if you want to qualify through, and that lends to skaters taking more risks and taking more chances like that.
Still no final ruling just yet.
Final decision, penalty number 152, Uzbekistan. And advancement for number 45 from Hungary.
And so there is our first advancement. Denis Ayrapetyyan penalized. Failure to give way, and so Yasapati is advanced. Right there's the first one we've seen. So that means 5 second fastest. 5 fastest second place skaters move into the repechage quarterfinals. There are your results up on the screen. Heat number 9. Furkan Akar, Liam O'Brien, Asen Gurov, Pudapat Changmai, and Robert Kruzbergs. Anatolian Par, Wolfhound, King, Elephant, Golden Star.
Go to the start. Ready.
Interesting for Kruzberg's out of position 5. There's a tumble off the line. That's Changmai. No contact again, but I was saying Kruzberg's, this was the 500 where he sort of had his, what appeared to be a blade issue and just kind of stopped, pulled up. So that put him out of position 5, but gifted an opening there to get up into 4th and then up into, trying to get up into 3rd anyway, which he now does. They're in the second
place now, making quick work of this from position 5 on the start.
Look at the lap time compared to a car, and he takes the lead. Can he hang on? Just the strength of Robert Kruzbergs. Could have lost the opening, but takes the place there. At a 41.26, that might be one of the fastest, if not the fastest time we've seen so far. Yeah.
Second fastest time, but great skate. Fastest time from Kruzbergs. First one to go 40 seconds in this 500 meters. Well, great to see Kruzbergs looking more confident in his blades again. That was a solid race to go sub 41, starting from 5th position, having to pick his way through the field. Solid race there.
You had a chat with him the other day. We'll see that one this weekend over the course of the World Tour programming.
Well, you don't always want to be in these repechage races. However, for some skaters, it's an opportunity to build back some confidence earlier races, and I think Kruzbergs did just that.
With 41.201 now at the moment. 5 second place times on offer. That would move him to near the top of those standings. Next heat, Arenas Berzins, Sean Lachart Tapram, Ivan Martinic, Adik Anderson, and the wonder that is Rim Jong-un.
Well, Rim Jong-un had that fall in the earlier round, looking to make amends for that. It would be great to see him go through these repechage to the main event of the World Tour in the 500, see how he stacks up in the sprint events amongst the best skaters in the world.
It's another challenge for him, though, coming out of position 5. At Berzins, who was through in the 1,500 meters earlier to the semis.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start for Berzins out of position 1, everything through the corner, watch out, up to 3rd is the Korean White Tiger ready to pounce.
Well, Rim Jong-un looking to try to go around the outside, but as the skaters in front of him are going wide, it leaves very little room, but now he's opting to go up the inside.
Into second is the vastly experienced Arenas Berzins in front of him.
Well, little slip from Berzins there. Oh, Rim Jong-un bails out of that pass. That opens up a gap.
Well, still plenty of lessons to be learned clearly for the young man. That allowed Berzins to take a win at a 42.52.
The time's not going to do it right now. The bubble time is a 42.0. sure Rim Jong-un would love to have that last lap back there as he kind of looked for the opening up the inside and had to back out of it. Rainey's Bergens just lost some speed. Kind of hesitation to go. Should I go? Okay, too late for that.
That may come obviously with more experience, recognizing those opportunities. So supremely talented, but there are some lessons still to come for the 17-year-old, but we will of course see him over the course of this weekend. I imagine he will feature prominently. A good win though for Rainey's Bergens. Into the repechage quarterfinals. Don't think anything was getting reviewed, and those results are now official. 42-5-6, not in heat number 11 as Lucas McDonald in position 1. Etienne Bastier, French Roosters, and 2, Mika Klevstuen, Won Jun Moon, and Liu Shucheng, 4 and 5. Good chance for Lucas McDonald to move through here. The Ice Kia, the lowest seeded skater in the field. Or highest seeded skater. Well, no, he has
Depends how you look at it.
Exactly. Potato, potato. He is the highest ranked, lowest seeded. Trying to speak my way out of it, but we're at the point where that can't really happen anymore. But he is in position 1.
Well, he's got some competition in this race. Etienne Bastier, Won Jun Moon, who's been skating terrifically.
Doing. Now that we often talk about speed skating families, he has a sister. She did not make the qualifying times needed to get into this World Tour event.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is a good start for McDonald. Klevstuen had the better of it for a moment, but the benefits of position 1 on display here.
123 from the Norwegian Vikings, Mika Klevstuen, 48 from the Hungarian Falcons, Won Jun, and number 97
getting up into third. Real battle at the front right now. McDonald hanging on.
Klevstuen looking up the inside.
Wobbles on the turn, on the path there.
Watch for Won Jun Moon in third position right now, looking out the outside.
And Moon makes it stick for second, and then into the lead. And a good skate for him, leaving it late. With a 42.29.
Again, that time just off the mark for second place. Klevstuen was so close to making it to that line in first position, but Won Jun Moon, that last effort on the outside to take the victory.
Indeed, the results confirmed, and Moon will take it, the only qualifier to come out of that heat. McDonald came off the line well, but just could not hang on.
Here's another look at Won Jun Moon on the outside here. Completing that pass just in time.
Three to go to wrap up the men's individual competition of today. And there you have the results. Klevstuen's time not enough to move him through. For heat number 12. As Lucas Henry Koo of the Brazilian Bluebirds, Peter Grosclose of the Philippine Tamaras, Martin Kolentz, the Dalmatians, Mercedes Zaksabayev of the Kazakh Nomads, and Daniel Fedorenko of the Ukrainian Wildcats. And it feels like this has been like the 4th or 5th time that Grosclose and Koo have been in the same heat. together.
It's kind of like we talked about with Rim Jong-un and Pietro Segal. They just, despite how it happens, they end up in the same races so often.
Ready.
Heat number 12, but wearing number 62 from the Brazilian Bluebirds, Lucas
Racing out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but for the Brazilian Bluebirds, Peter Grosclose behind him.
Grosclose looking up the inside, Koo cutting him off there.
His father is Brazilian, his mother is Korean. He was the first South American in short track at the Youth Olympics and then on World Tour last season.
Zaksabayev now trying to make that inside pass attempt. Oh, jeez.
And he can't make it stick, and then it was Kholens who was almost just caught up behind that. Grosclose first over. So this is going to take some reviewing.
Well, just glad to see all the skaters up on their feet. I was worried that their blade might have gotten caught up there on Lucas Henry Koo, but scary moments.
Off and away.
Here's Grosclose looking on that inside pass. Not sure if they were reviewing that one, but it seemed like a bit of a track shift there.
So Kholens had gotten up into third. Zaksabayev into second, and then the move for the lead. Koo stayed on his skates through all of that.
This is where that skate came up on Koo, but
and then I missed it, sorry.
Yeah.
His blades went, sort of poked holes in the advertising there. I thought
just watch
initially
it right
he stayed
here.
Up.
Oh, just stayed clear of it.
See the holes that his blades poked. And so Grosclose, as the dust settles, uninvolved with any of that, and so he gets over the line first and looks like he would be moving into the repechage quarterfinals. And so it's the two incidents. There is that bump early on there's a bump between Kholens and Grosclose getting looked at. There's also the incidents between Zaksabayev and Koo being looked at. Could also be shared responsibilities. They're largely side by side right there, but I don't know if Koo might have been a little bit in front. So who's in front? Zaksabayev trying to go up the inside. Not sure if Koo was trying to cross over and block him out. That would be where the possible shared responsibility comes from.
See the hand of Zaksabayev right here, kind of get on the shoulder of Koo.
What really did it was Kholens clipping Koo as he went by. Because I thought initially Koo was going to make it through all of this. So Zaksabayev down, and then watch Kholens takes out the back blade there. Boomstra, Kazakh coach.
Still waiting on the official results from the last race. It's currently being reviewed by video.
This is a challenging one, isn't it?
Well, you're trying to read it from every single angle. Who's making which move where?
So the first thing that was getting reviewed, which was Kholens on Grosclose, has been cleared. So it's just this one incident that they're being looked at.
Final decision. No penalty for shared responsibility between number 62 from Brazil and 108 from Kazakhstan.
There you go. So shared responsibility. So both, of course, taking a look at, so you can look at, this is always a good angle. You might be able to see Ku cross over.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a move from outside to inside, but a bit of a failure to give way. It's coming from both skaters. They're both battling it out for that lead position.
So there you go. So in the end, it's Peter Grosclose, the Philippine Tamaraz, moving through. 2 to go. So he has Oleg Hyundai, Kyle Ross Waddell, Sui Shin, Anastas Chek, and Radek Fajkus.
Go to the start. Ready.
And that one did have skaters coming together. That's why it is brought back. Ross Waddell signaling that he's going to have a blade looked at. See right there, Hyundai and Ross Waddell. One was going with their left, one was going with their right. Clang. And we'll do this again.
John Ellie and Richard Shoebridge doing the blade change there for Kyle Ross Waddell.
They had those hats custom made, the Royals merch. Not sure if they're available for sale or if they just had them done on their own. They got the logo put on those hats.
It was back, I think it was 2013, Richard Shoebridge and John Ellie with the rest of their Great Britain team who skated to a world championship title in the relay and a world record. Certainly a highlight of that British program.
Which has been around. I mean, it's not been continued success, but they have had moments. Of course, the likes of Elise Christie skating to high international success.
I'm trying to remember the skater's name, but if we go back to the 1988 Olympics, there's a member of the Great Britain team who was here working with the Dutch Lions team, won 2 gold medals in '88 in Calgary.
That would have been a demonstration sport. Let's see, short track speed skating. Wilfred O'Reilly.
Wilfred, thank you.
I've spoken to Wilf a few times, but I had not clued in.
Yeah.
Because of course it's like, it might have been that he has the Dutch orange on, but there's the accent. It's like, and now
you get it.
Another
Putting the pieces
conversation
together
started with Wilf.
And Wilf was also the 1991 world champion overall. So a couple great accolades to his name, and still you'll see him around the circuit on the world tour.
One of the nice guys to quickly say hello to you, and I had not clued in at all.
Well, now you know.
Now I know. Just don't tell him it took me this long to get it.
Go to the start. Ready.
And also from what I'm reading, he does have some experience up here as well, having done a few Olympics.
Well, we got to be careful. He might become, well, maybe me more so. He might just come replace me.
Well, hey, the British accent is so in demand in just about every sport. So,
oh, there's a contact there.
Not able to hang on to the speed was Fajkus. He just got caught on the back seat, and that opened up the gap as Hyundai down and away. Was out of second place. Fajkus hung on nearly all the way around the corner.
I like to see Hyundai still pushing for time, because that will be critical in the next round.
Grits his teeth, drops the hammer, and Oleg Hyundai will take it. Let's see, he goes 42-12.
A little bit off the mark, but it always kind of throws you off when you have a start incident in which skaters need to change blades. It leaves you hanging out on the ice, standing around a lot longer than you might have anticipated the race taking. So you kind of cool off a little bit. It is more advantageous to be warm for those races.
That's what is being looked at is possible lane change outside to in. That would have been on Ficus. So we're gonna look at that. I'm sure this might be it. Just yet. And now he tried to hang around all the way around the corner, just couldn't hang on, but that's the contact. He was in front anyway. He made the pass, but the blades did click. Good win for Oleg Kande.
So Lujan Shuo still sitting on the bubble with a 42.03 as the last time advancement for the moment with one to go.
One to go. We'll have 4 skaters in it. And so actually both Ross Waddell and Ficus being looked at for a lane change. One would have been inside to out, one would have been outside to in. So let's just see here.
Well, this isn't a possible advancement situation as well.
Yeah. Pretty decisive moment. Also, you mentioned Lujan Shuo watching and waiting. So Ross Waddell, did he drift out?
Well, he identifies Ficus on the outside, looking to make that pass. Right there, there's the shift, but also looking to try to get a good entry to build some speed on that corner.
Reviews pushing us a little bit past the scheduled time a bit today. We still have one more race here and then a women's ranking relay. Down to the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty number 91 from Great Britain, and advancement for 86 from Czechia.
And there you go. So the advancement to Radek Ficus, a penalty to Kyle Ross Waddell.
You just see that shift of track pattern down the straightaway, moving outside. He could feel the pressure from Ficus, creates that contact, and impedes his race.
There you go.
And with that, the time of Lujan Shuo is gone.
And on the bubble is...
I'm pulling that up right now. Whoa. It's looking like Tibor Komarichki with a 41.78. Sorry, Ben Jung, 41.83.
There you go. 4 skaters in this one.
Ready.
Nico Anderman, Linets Lyzans, Raphael Moret, and Quentin Fercoq.
This is the last
You'd have to imagine
quarterfinal race. We have 4 skaters, number 72
the man from Normandy
Nico Anderman, number 115.
be ready to stock in this one. But down goes Moret, unfortunately.
Quentin Fercoq moves into second position behind Nico Anderman.
Biding his time.
Setting up on the outside shoulder, looking inside, it's not there. Great defensive track pattern from Nico Anderman. We got one more attempt here.
That causes a bit of speed to drop from Fercoq. Now he goes around the outside, and this time he makes that one stick. As Lyzans goes down around the corner, finishes on his backside, but Fercoq does the business.
Well, tremendous job from Quentin Fercoq there to make that first attempt, regroup, stay patient, and then on the second attempt, go around the long way, which is always a little bit more challenging at this sort of speed, but completing the outside pass to get that first position.
So that will wrap things up. I don't think anything's getting reviewed, really. Fercoq almost standing up there, and then it resets, gets back into it. Times to move around the outside, right at the death. It's going goes through. There's a fun photo. Out of context. Explain that. There you go. He does, in fact, go through. So we will see who will be in the repechage quarterfinals. That will go Saturday morning here. It's another 10:30, 10 or 10:30 start on that day. Very quick repechage mornings before the main event. As you can imagine. So, as the graphic tells you, women's 3,000 meter relay ranking final. So this is for 9th through 12th. Hungarian Falcons, Chinese Lungs, French Roosters, German Wolves. Hungarians have Rebecca Silidze-Nemeth, Maya Somodi, Sofia Konya, Sarah Lutsa-Baksky. Chinese going with Gung Li, Yang Jingru, Wang Xinran, and Fan Kushing. Chloé Olivier, Aurélie Levesque, Berenice Combi, and Eva Grenouillou for the Roosters. And the German Wolves going with Lisa Eckstein, Myungbi Jung, Betty Muska, and Svea Ruta. So Baksky, Levesque, Fan. To see. It is actually just 3 teams in the end. We are missing the
Go
German Wolves.
to the start. Ready.
Well, with only 3 teams here, I expect a little bit more of a controlled pace to start things off. No one will be too desperate. With only 3 teams on the track, you're never too far out of position.
Team Hungary, the Falcons, for 39, Silidze-Nemeth, Rebecca. 43, Somali Mayadora. 44, Konya Sofia. And 52, Baksky, Shara Rutsa. Team China, the Longs, we have number 18, Gong Li. 32, Yang Jingru. 36, Wang Xinran. And 46, Fan Kushing. L'équipe de la France.
Grenouillou moving into second for the Roosters, ahead of the Lungs.
Chasing Konya. And for the lead, Combi taking over. Baksky and Fan.
L'équipe hongroise en deuxième, les Chinois en troisième. C'est Chloé Olivier maintenant pour la France. Somali Mayadora sitting in second. Wang Xinran for Team China sitting in third.
So just check. After week 1 in the women's relay, the Roosters were in 7th. The Lungs were in 5th. And the Falcons were in 6th. So it's 5, 6, 7 from week number 1 going for 9, 10, 11. So it could be very important considering how close these teams were ranked after the first week.
Just that, Gavin. We don't typically do ranking finals and relays on World Tour, but on Olympic season, we will be doing those ranking races because these points are so critical for those Olympic qualification positions in the relay. And as I've said multiple times now, huge impacts for the team because if you get in those top 8 relay teams, you get 5 skaters qualified for the games. And that's a lot of skaters, accomplishing their Olympic dream just by doing that.
So while the other teams will be battling for the top 8, these teams, which were in the top 8 after week 1, are just going to try to pick up as many points as they can, just stick around in the conversation. And it's Combi in the lead.
Will try to hold on to that second, but moving by the outside is the Chinese team with only
10 laps to go here. The Roosters still defending from the lead.
So Gong Li really pushed the tempo, but on the exchange to Fan, they lost a lot of speed. That allowed the Falcons to close back up, but Levesque losing footing there a little bit. But what's confused is on the exchange, the Hungarians are now out of order, but Somodi reading it well to get in there for Backsky.
Well, the Falcons will reset here. So what happens when you have passes on exchange court, but there's a tag up. Falcons got to change. One of their skaters going to have to leave the track. That opens the door for the Roosters now to get back in a second, and things really string out.
And someone kind of got in the way of Eva Glenouille there. One of the two were both on the ice, and so one play was read well, the other sort of not so much. And what's really done now is the Lungs now enjoy a sizable advantage in Aurélie Levesque. The second incident, we don't see that often, the second incident was cleared, and that was that exchange, I believe.
I believe so. Here we are already, final exchange of this race. Chinese Lungs with a healthy lead. Just stay clean.
And at this stage, the ice, always a few question marks, but looking like they're doing just fine. There was a third review up there.
Well, I think they're going to go back to look at that relay touch.
Yeah, so the first one is, the first incident still being reviewed is that missed relay touch. And so when they were off exchange, two of them skated by, and we're not sure if they made contact.
Well, now we have another clearing on the board, so
it's just the one.
We're just trying to keep up with all these things.
We're supposed to ease into the end of the day.
Keeping us on our toes, but what happened there too was then all of a sudden the Falcons had two skaters on the racing track. So it took about half a lap, but what happened was the exchanging skater came out, the pushing skater didn't identify the pass happening or the exchange happening, and then they made contact though, and any form of contact on the track would count as an exchange.
Closing off that pass there. And so is Gong Li, who set the table a little bit.
Well, Levesque here kind of loses the shoulder position, the hips swing out, she kind of loses that footing, dumps some speed, and this is when the Falcons, well, that is an exchange there, there's a contact.
And so then they almost did it again.
But the skater who got contacted here, I think it's Salice, well, this is the second one.
But it looks like they have ended up clearing the first one in the end. Almost a self-penalty, I guess. So we're getting told it's cleared. The results are final. The Chinese Lungs taking it. Ranking final. French Roosters second. Hungarian Falcons in third. So that's 9, 10, and 11. Women's relay part of the Saturday program. And so concludes qualifying day number 1. Fresh as a daisy, Tyler. Ready to go tomorrow?
Never been better.
Glad to hear it. We'll be back with you, I believe, the same time tomorrow to start things off for qualifying day number 2. Another long one in the offing. Yes, it is 9:30 Eastern time. And so check your time zones wherever you may be. So you can join us again for day-long commentary of qualifying day 2 of the ISU Short Track World Tour. And so, on behalf of the entire crew putting together this operation, Tyler Dara, the man beside me, my name is Gavin Day. Talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.